for everyone to be seated. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Looking in the room, I wonder if there's someone available to start us with karakia, so I haven't organised that, but if that would be. So, holding on me to give some apologies for the lateness. The first time I've thrown myself in the mercy of New Zealand from early flight for the hearings over the last year, and pre-reform failed me. So, yes, so apologies for that. And it's just certainly fortunately we've got 2 days scheduled, so we should be able to get through the evidence okay. So just before we get underway, I'd just like to introduce myself. My name is Stephen Daish. I'm the Independent Hearings Panel Chair for the proposed District Plan Review from New Zealand. A delegation from the District Council. Our role is to make recommendations to the Council on all matters associated with the District Plan and some decisions on some designations. That's our delegations. With David, you could introduce yourself.
Yeah, sure. Further to my earlier introduction, for those that were in the room, David McMahon, I'm a planning practitioner based in Wellington. Like Stephen, independent commissioner, been doing this work since 2001. I'd like to just remind people that as a planning practitioner, I'm involved in preparing, assessing, reviewing and processing resource consents, and also plan changes and plan matters. But in this role, I'm on the other side of the bench, so considering those very matters that I often are involved in front footing on the other side of the table. So I like to say that that gives me a sort of a 360-degree appreciation of the issues that are involved in these matters. And this hearing split into 2 parts. As Mr. Knowles indicated in his submissions, what's the appropriate zoning and appropriate location which control boundary. I wasn't involved in the noise hearing, and Chairman will be taking the lead on those noise questions. I am involved in the port zone hearing, and I'll take the lead on those matters. It's a bit of like contract law, I guess, for the lawyers present. Those who are old enough to watch the program called Paper Chase back in
Okay, thank you, David. Look, some other procedural matters. The hearing is being conducted by Zoom, and it is being recorded. So, an amazing innovation, really, from the days of the old transcript, which we wouldn't have had available otherwise. So, having Zoom helpful for the commissioners in making our deliberations. Just so aware that all the evidence is certainly recorded on that vehicle. The other thing I'd like to say, which is quite important for this hearing, is that there are 4 independent commissioners on our panel. We issued under, I think it was minute 3 early on, statement of any potential conflicts of interest and other work we've done in the country, in the area, and that is the reason why Commissioner Littlejohn often sitting on the hearing, but their previous roles and previous roles associated.
Yeah, you can't bloody hear it. You can't hear it.
This hearing, so someone's telling me they can't hear me.
Yeah, here we go.
So that is a real problem we've been having in the last few hearings. People online can't really hear very well, and I think we've got a new speaker here. So can I just double check those online whether you can hear me appropriately or adequately?
It's a bit better, but it's quite hard to hear you.
Okay. Well, again, I think just to note that, you know, we have requested in our hearings procedures that we do really need people here in person. Having a particular problem with the rejigging of this room, and the audio has got worse instead of better over the procedures. So those online, just bear with us. You've made a decision to not be here with us, which is fine. You had my authority to do that. So that means that, you know, you are going to need to type up when you can't hear anyone. Particularly bad, I think, this cavity and this one over here. So it's really a pain. And
got 3 acousticians in the room.
yeah. And look, I speak pretty quietly normally, so I've had to raise my voice, and so as we go along, we'll get feedback from those online, and they can't hear, they'll let us know, and we'll try and keep our voices up. So that's the only way we can really manage that that problem. Is that okay, everyone listening in? I'll carry on. So look, I was talking about the potential conflicts of interest. I do provide at the start of every hearing an opportunity for anyone to raise any other concerns they have with David and I hearing these matters. And normally, well, there hasn't been today, so no problems. Right, thank you very much. But we will take some appearances, starting with Christine, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Christine, and I'm one of the hearing administrators for this process.
Good everybody, I'm Denise Baker. I'm from the Far North District Council up in Kirikiri, and I'm here to train with Christine for our missions and hearing process.
Welcome. Right, here at the sweep up hearing too, I hear. So yeah, great opportunity. So
Very much so, yeah.
welcome, and anything you want to chat about afterwards. Hamish.
Hamish Wesley, reporting officer for the noise and physical substances chaplain, which is who matters today, and also for this particular submission.
I'm Nigel Lloyd. I'm an acoustic consultant, and I've been advising council on these matters.
Thank you, Nigel.
Sarah Shepherd, advising the council on
Yeah. So you were here for the hazardous substances hearing.
I was.
It's one hearing I haven't sat on, so there are some overlaps. And David's got the continuity there.
10th of December, I recall.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Just go around the room, please.
I'm Deputy Commercial at Port Taranaki. Morena, my name is Morgan Slyfield. I am legal counsel for Port Taranaki.
My name is Janice Carter. Hello everyone, my name is Sarah Edwards. I'm the district plan lead at Hi everyone, my name is Lauren O'Byrne, advisor on the district.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Robert Moll. I'm just a neighbour overlooking the port development. We'd love to see some tidy up. Okay.
Kia ora, we can go to the back.
Yeah.
Seaport and company.
Thanks, Catherine.
Good morning, Bruce Berry. I'm a Seaport shareholder.
Thank you very much.
Brett Gisby of Lead stakeholder engagement on behalf of Seaport.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Emma.
John Stiles, advisor in Seaport on.
John.
Rob Benneman, Top and Taylor, advisor.
Thank you.
Jill Hall, I'm a shareholder.
Thank you. Thank you, Jude.
Rocky Walk, I'm a director of Seaport.
Morning, Rod Nada, Principal One, for Seaport.
Thank you.
I'm Russell Nagel, and I'm the Director of Seaport. Ben Hawke, also a Director of Seaport.
Norman.
Council.
We've had a few sort of communications on memorandum of things, setting this hearing up. And look, I'd like to thank council and all the parties for getting us all together in this way. Has been a request to consider this as a separate hearing. I think it's looking at the evidence, it's really well set up to have a very specific hearing on this matter. So thanks everyone for all the hard work that's gone in the background for the hearing. We'll just go to the wall, starting with Craig. I can see you there first.
Kia ora, I'm Craig Fitzgerald. So I've been advising Port Taranaki on noise.
Thank you, Craig. Stephanie.
Hi there, my name's Stephanie Upkels and I'm a reporter with the Taranaki Daily News.
Okay, hi Stephanie. Jenny.
Hi everyone, hopefully you can hear me. I'm Jenny Simpson, I'm an air quality specialist at Tonkin and Taylor, and I've prepared some evidence on reverse sensitivity effects of dust and odour.
How's the audio going for you?
I can hear you fine. When people were introducing themselves at the back of the room, it was a little bit hard to hear.
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, and look, just to keep things orderly, if anyone online was struggling, please let us know. And as just a reminder, as sometimes when we turn away and speak to a witness, the audio goes down. But we do want to make sure that everyone can be heard. So don't hesitate to give us a rev up when you need to. Thank you. Yes, voice. Sarah Marco, welcome Sarah.
Mihi ana kia koutou katoa, ko Sarah Mako tōku ingoa, he poutai au ki te kotaitanga o te Atiawa. Appearing tomorrow.
Tomorrow, thank you Sarah. Right, let's get underway. Thank you Hamish.
Commissioners. So usual approach at the start of each hearing, just an overview. So the presentation that we've prepared follows the same format as all the other hearings we have been held. So just in terms of the content of this presentation, just the background in terms of the context of the site, the operative plan approach, then just a brief summary of what's in the proposed plan, and to finish with a summary of the submissions received and evidence circulated, and then our addendum report in this case, our evaluation, and then lastly to finish on the key point of contention, which reading the legal submissions that was received yesterday, they cover this fairly well as well. Just to probably kick off with on the slide up at the moment, to point out the location of the inner and outer noise boundary, because as Mr. McMahon will be aware in the noise hearing, it's not labelled in the proposed plan as notified. So if you can orientate yourself probably on the left-hand side of the slide, the outer noise boundary is pretty obvious in terms of that description. It's the most outside boundary that goes down with the open space zone and follows around the port zone and includes an area of industrial zone land and effectively follows the port zone further around. And also includes some additional areas of residential and industrial zone land.
Mr. Whitney, can you just trace that with your cursor?
Yes, and then further, if you go further to the left, Christine, just follow it down. Grab your cursor. Down along there, around grey patched area, the grey area is the port zone. With this area of industrial zone. Yeah. And then now port recommendation. And the noise cap that you're in. The area of port zone land. That's the noise boundary there. It's included within this boundary.
The hatching would extend southwest, sorry, that direction.
Out along here and then down to an area of residential zone land. Industrial zone land. Big residential zone land. Open space. Zone, multi-purpose zone. Here with the open line. Outer. Horizon. Sport. The inner north boundary. That follows this line. Right here. Black and white dashed line is the seaport side.
Very useful, even useful to get an enlargement plan of that with some labeling. Both planning, the speaking notes, and the we to a pretty small scale. And just showing those recommended zone extensions, including the zone and port zone extension over the the other control boundary extension over southwest corner.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next one, Kristen. We'll just start with, and others anticipate Seaport may do this as well. Just to point out a few features of the area at the moment, which are referred to in the evidence, just to make that to assist you in terms of where particular located. In terms of the Seaport site, within black and white dashed lines, the liquid gas LPG storage facility that's referred to, that is in this location here. And then the Republic well site, which is also referred to. That's in that location there. And then finally, probably the other one that's referred to, it's not shown on the yeah, but it's the new log yard that's just out of the Seaport site. That's happening on this that site here. Just to help you orientate with a few.
There was one other site, the nodding
So that's the Republic Historic Site.
And the Greymouth well is underneath the Seaport.
So Hamish, one question of clarification from me, you pointed out a logging handling site.
Yes.
That's on that industrial zone land across the road. Is that operated by the port or by another?
My understanding it's another entity, but yes, Mr. Ping will be able to verify that.
So stevedoring marshalling company.
All right. Yes. And how long has that been there?
It's being constructed at the moment.
All right.
Expect to start logs transporting through there in October.
Yes. Okay. Quite, yeah, there's a number of those spring up in New Zealand, sort of in industrial areas, near ports. Thank you.
The next part of the presentation, just thought, whenever we're looking at a specific site like this and that's planning for the future, is also looking at the past. And so I've just got a series of photographs from the National Library's digital archive, and where it does, it starts in the mid 1940s. I'll refer you to the cultural impact assessment attached to Ms. Cooper's evidence, because that has imagery prior to that date, and I didn't feel there's a need to repeat that, but there's some interesting imagery in that cultural impact assessment.
Hamish, before you go off this plan, I'm interested in the distance of the Seaport site to the central city zone. Could you perhaps check on that in terms of proximity, in terms of both driving distance, probably the same closest walking distance as well? That may well be in some of the other evidence, but I want to get in my mind how far away it was from the CBD.
Right there.
Thank you. Can you do that at lunch and come back?
We'll get the first break.
Thank you.
Next slide. So this is, as I've got there on the slide, from 1947, where the cool stores, the first cool stores can be just seen on the left-hand side. But I think that, including the surrounding context, you can see the nature of the port at that time. It was it's a relatively small port compared to what it is today. But also, I think it just shows the nature of how the area has been settled and developed over time. So this is 2 years later, slightly from a different orientation. This is orientation of the other photos that follow show. So you clearly see the cool stores, major feature in this location, as well as some of the early oil and gas, or mostly oil tanks there, associated with the port as well. But also, I think the housing that's starting to develop around that as well. About 10 years later, the continued expansion of the cool stores and also housing and also the recreation facilities down at the beach are starting to come more. Final one, which again is another 20 years later, definitely cool stores, noble feature, as well as I think the substantial development that occurred before and has occurred over the last year or so of these hearings. Substantial development that happened during the 60s and 70s. I just wanted to highlight that because I think it this demonstrates places do evolve and change over time, and that's what key part of this hearing today tomorrow is about, what's the future for this one particular block of land, but the wider context for the site. So in terms of the zoning context, started off with the zoning plan, so I won't go through that again. The next one, in terms of the operative plan, as documented in the original section 42A report, the current Seaport's site and the port itself was zoned industrial D. And that was the zoning that applied to all the heavy, what I describe as the heavy industrial areas district plan. And the noise control boundaries, which you can see on that plan there, and they are labelled on that plan, follow that same alignment with the industrial D zone. Some places, but not all places.
But the lines are in the same place.
The lines are in the same place.
And just, you noted the discretionary activity status. What was the status of the resource consent application that we viewed a couple of years ago, 18 months ago? Do you know?
That was a bundling, so I need to.
On a bundle basis.
Yeah, I need to double check. There were a series of rules triggered.
I haven't gone back on the question, so let's find out. Good, thank you.
And in terms of the noise control boundaries, the provisions were very similar to the operative plan, to what's in the proposed plan, with noise insulation requirements required between the inner and outer noise control boundary, and that any activities in the control boundaries require resource consent, discretionary. And then similarly, there were also overlays in terms of Waitapu sites, a tree that say carried over into the. In terms of what's in the proposed plan, general area, so the port zone has its own new special purpose zone created in the proposed plan as an enablement of international standards. As part of the port zone, it's been divided into 6 precincts based on activities and future uses in those 6 areas. Seaport site is within what's referred to as Area A, which is the port operational area. That's how it's described. Port zone. And as I've already confirmed that noise control boundaries, same location. Plan is notified, similar requirements for insulation between the inner and outer. It's a non-confined activity in the port zone generally, so there is no specific rule, but within the port in the control boundary, it's the standard rule in the port zone, but it's activity generally.
Can you explain why on notification the Seaport land was provided for in the operational precinct? Had the, in terms of timing, and I've been looking back at timing, I've got some questions. Had the transfer to Seaport Limited, that land parcel, that completed before the plan was notified?
Understanding is Seaport acquired it before the plan.
Was that known to the council at the time? Do you know?
It's definitely because of a consent application
Okay,
that was going through.
And yeah, the reasons why port ownership it stayed in the operational precinct. What's the rationale for that?
My understanding that was because of the established uses on that site, in coastal. We're part of the port.
But they weren't operating as cool stores at the time, were they? Sounds like you weren't involved in that.
No, I've had no prior involvement in assessing this submission.
Thanks.
This is a line of questioning that I want to follow too, Mr. Wesney. I appreciate you're involved, but you might be able to do some research. I guess I can just put the proposition first, and that is whether putting aside Seaport's case for rezoning to mixed use type zone and the change to the voice boundary within the 6 precincts that apply within the port zone. I'm postulating whether the operational area A is the most appropriate precinct for the coastal site. And I wondered whether the section 32 deals with that in any way, whether it delves down into that level of detail, or whether it was simply just a rollover from the operative plan to the proposed plan in terms of the different precincts, albeit that there are a greater number of precincts, I think, in the proposed plan than there are in the operative.
From my reading of the section 32 report, is that the spatial extent of the precinct was based on the current and uses of the activities in those locations at the moment.
Yes. And that was with, as you said to the chair, with the knowledge that the Seaport site had been purchased from previous site owner, I think it was Montero, and had been purchased in 2017, I think, that there being resource consent lodged and decided in 2020. I think, and incidentally, I've got that in front of me, discretionary activity.
Like, was it discretionary?
Yes. According to Mr. Watson, anyway. So there was some knowledge, in your view, of when the council carried these provisions over, both in terms of the zone boundary and the division of that boundary into precincts, with some knowledge that there was tenure change and vacancy, I guess, of the coastal.
Yes, from my understanding.
I acknowledge your recommendation in terms of the second request of Seaport, that's for its own change, and your recommendation to reject that. Have you addressed your mind to the appropriateness of the precinct over the site in terms of the port zone?
Yes, in the addendum, identified as an alternative to the mixed use zoning was a 7th precinct, which was one of the options for the Seaport submission as well.
I just need to let you and the group know that I wasn't aware that there was a favourite reading getting them. You mentioned it earlier, so that's probably my bad. It wasn't in the bundle of papers that I received, so I need to read that at some stage. But you're saying you've captured that in the addendum.
You've got that and got that presentation as well, and you've got some insight. Response to the evidence.
Okay, well, I won't take that any further at this point because you're obviously going to capture it later on in your presentation. Thank you.
Just to move on to the submissions received, and I think it's all fairly well set out in evidence and legal submission, so I'll go through this quickly. So in terms of, we've got 2 matters, the first one being the port noise boundary provisions. So Port Taranaki supported the port noise provisions and the boundaries, but sought some clarification in terms of how the provisions were expressed. And TRTR who submitted in opposition to that particular submission point from the port. And then Seaport, as we're aware, have requested that the SI be removed from the in and noise boundary at the northern side. Submitted an opposition to that request. Seaport submission point. Seaport Land Companies requested the 7th precinct be added to the port zone, and that appropriate rules being developed for that 7th precinct. Details and what that submission, and that was opposed to the further submission from the port, and also a further submission from oil companies. Further submission referred to wanting to participate in any future structure planning exercise.
Do you Just on that, Mr. Wesley, in terms of the 7th precinct, putting aside locations and types of zones, was it clear in yours when you were assessing this submission what the end result was that was being sought by Seaport?
Yes and no would be how we described it in the Section 42 report, where there was reference to uses and mixed use, but the actual planning of provisions for how that wasn't expressed. So the detail wasn't included in the submission.
Mr. Nolan's submissions, the term mixed use, there's a lot. Ms. Hooper has expanded on that in her brief of evidence. You've obviously had a chance to read that since writing your 42A. And did you prepare the addendum post receiving the 42A or before receiving that?
The addendum was prepared following receipt of evidence.
Okay. So just to recap there, do you have any comment on scope in that sense?
I believe that I feel to read his legal submissions, and there is a question in my mind around scope. That it was Mr. Member when he phoned me weeks ago, that could be a question that you may have been asked in other hearings.
Right. I'll just ask one further question there in respect to that. Is that scope as to the ultimate outcome or scope as to the method of achieving the ultimate outcome?
Yeah, I think the scope in terms of the extent of the changes. And when I say extent, that's the land use activities and also the standards in terms of the scale enabled by the provisions that have been brought on evidence. And secondly, the actual method for the precinct.
Yeah.
Probably the first issue is probably the more substantial one.
Yes. And that first issue, there's no doubt in your mind though as to the spatial extent of the relief.
That's not issue there.
Yes. It's just on the scope, question of scope. Is that covered in either the original 42A report or the addendum?
In the original 42A report, we highlighted that we were short and clear exactly what Seaport was seeking.
Yes.
And in the addendum, we
Didn't raise it.
didn't raise it as an issue on the basis that there was provisions were set out, but there were some fundamental questions still to be assessed in terms of the appropriateness of what Seaport were requesting generally.
I know you haven't been involved, but have you been following the Blue Haven hearings at all?
Not to any detail, but I have genuine understanding.
So the question of scope arose, perhaps it's in the same context, perhaps it can be differentiated, won't have to be convinced, but about the general submission seeking an outcome without actually providing the ways and means and the methods, policies, rules in the submission, and whether broad outcome sought provided enough scope to accommodate the suggestions that Blue Haven was for special purpose regional centres zone, I think was what they called it. We received quite extensive submissions from myself for Blue Haven, as well as Ms. Watts for council. Have you talked about the scope issue here with Ms. Wallace or taken any legal advice?
First time it's been raised is in the legal submissions received yesterday. So,
Okay, I think it would be appropriate. We could ask Ms. Wallace to give us view. She gave us, in the Blue Haven case, she concluded that there was broad scope, given the facts that those submissions was to consider some detailed provisions as put forward by that submitter. I'd be interested in any advice that Ron has for us on that, and whether there's anything different in these circumstances. Obviously, she'll look at legal submissions as well. Yeah, I think if that can just come through, you know, we're only 2-day hearing, so you can just maybe get some initial views for the verbal right to apply, and then follow it with some legal submissions from here. Thank you.
Drag this on. Just to be clear, and recognising that the Seaport submission is in two parts, the zoning and then the inner and outer noise. Presumably the issue of scope relates just to the zoning, not to the noise boundary. But that's clear within scope. The methods are well documented. Yep. And you said you touched on the issue of scope in your 42A for the zoning. Can you just bring us to those paragraphs? Perhaps not the issue of scope, but the uncertainty. Is it around paragraph 124, perhaps?
First point of 100, paragraph 100. Yeah, I've said that I note that this is where I talk about best for Seaport to allow for mixed use activities within their own site. I note that within their submission, no specific relief of sorts with specific rules or activity status. Seaport to elaborate at the hearing what they are seeking. Yes, yeah, correct. 124. Again, I like unclear what activities they are seeking, and that Seaport may wish to elaborate at the hearing as well. The main one, just find right.
Thank you for that.
Before we carry on, can I just get a sound check from the wall? How are we going? Is someone just let us know?
I can hear you guys okay, but it's still a bit patchy at times and missing a few details here and there.
Okay, thanks. Does it make any difference when we've got the microphone in front of us? Don't know whether you can see that. I'll speak now and then move it away.
Yeah, it definitely does for you too. I think it's more the other side I'm struggling to hear closely.
We're sharing the microphone now, and I'm just passing it back to the chair.
Might need to eat the microphone a bit closer. Yeah.
It's great when you talk like that. It's fractured in other times, so I could only hear half the conversation from the other side of the table.
Okay. Yes, I think it seems like I'm speaking now with the microphone. We'll need to be very diligent about using these microphones. Is it breaking up, or is it just a volume thing?
So it's breaking up. I suspect it's just gating. Is probably the term, but essentially when people turn away from the microphone or at distance, it's struggling to pick up. I know when the right signal to repeat is. So yeah, just being close to the microphone and speaking into it is very helpful.
Okay, so I think we'll just have to follow that protocol. Thank you. Hamish, just carry on, thanks.
Christine. In terms of the submissions and evidence received, so in terms of the port noise, the key issues relates to the appropriate location of the inner control noise boundary. Two main considerations there are enabling the efficient effective operation of the port, consideration of the historic, current and future anticipated port activities and the noise generated from those activities. Key considerations. And then the second matter relates to the appropriate provisions that then apply. And in evidence, there's two matters raised. One, the addition of noise limits to the port noise out of control boundary, as Gerald's evidence, and then clarification leading around the noise measuring location.
Thank you, Hamish. I do have one question in your addendum 42A at paragraph 48. You do highlight this in your executive summary too. Here, you seem to be giving us a choice, putting it back to us. Can you just paraphrase how you see that choice? Because I'm still not 100% sure of I've captured your advice to us in that paragraph.
Mr. Fitzgerald might elaborate on this when he appears before you, and Mr. Stiles as well, around what are the appropriate locations for planning for noise generating activity when you're doing noise modelling for the port activity. As highlighted at the start of the presentation, there's parts of the port zone which are outside the inner control boundary, which are not the operational area of the port. And there's been no noise sources shown in those locations in the noise model. We'll elaborate on this more shortly. So it's where it's what's the justification for where you locate noise generating noise sources for your modelling. That's, I think, that key questions or key influences for where the noise model, where the contours end up. And if the Seaport site is included in the port zone, is it appropriate for a noise source to be based in that location? That seems to have a significant influence on the location, model location of the contour.
Okay. So you're saying that potentially on the current zoning there could be noisy things established there, and also under the mixed use zone as well?
No, not under the mixed use zone.
Okay, so this goes to the zoning question needing to be our first decision, doesn't it?
Yes, if it's not port zone, then it is unlikely to be a noise source in that location.
Yes, but bit of a circular argument, isn't it? Like in terms of what we decide first, reverse sensitivity issues and port issues around noise will determine our ultimate determination on the zoning, won't it? So
potentially, I think when you hear from the experts, I expect there will be more that you'll be able to tease out there in terms of the location of noise sources.
Yeah, but you seem to have kicked for touch yourself on this matter. Is there a particular reason for that?
It's the reasonableness of that, of locating the noise source on the Seaport site. That's what I would expect through your questioning, through its hearing of the noise whether it's reasonable that that there is a noise source on the Seaport site or near the Seaport site.
Yeah, I think as a very experienced planner, Hamish, I'll be expecting you to give us some further advice on what your recommendation to us would be on this choice after you hear the evidence as well in the final reply.
No.
Okay, thank you.
If you do that. In terms of the key issues and evidence relating to the Seaport site, I've summarised three main ones. It's the role and function of the port zone, which is to enable the efficient and effective operation of the port itself and avoiding incompatible activities for the port. In the opportunities presented by a mixed-use zone, that's new precincts, so there's increased housing choice and supply from visitor accommodation and other hospitality activities, which would have some benefits for the area, and also there's a focus on marine activities in the area. And then the third issue is the potential for reverse sensitivity, and there's some mixed views and the evidence around the scale or significance and potential for those issues or effects to arise, effectiveness or not of the methods proposed and evidence from Seaport. Hand over to Nigel now to summarise the issues. And then after Nigel, Sarah will follow around.
Right, thank you.
I might use the cursor, if that's all right.
Take the microphone, Nigel. Thank you.
So we'll hear from Mr. Fitzgerald and we'll hear from Mr. Stiles as well about all of this information in much more detail, I'm sure. But to give my understanding of the situation and the evidence today, the site is here, and the inner control boundary is this blue line that runs around the site. And the outer control boundary, which is the 55 decibel, also is quite close in this area here. This is figure 3B from Mr. Fitzgerald's evidence, and so this is the 2035 scenario. What Mr. Fitzgerald's done is put some representative noise sources in. This is my understanding is he's modelled a reach stacker, and this is on the Southport, on the SLC land. So there's a question mark over how representative that is. And also this doors here is a container lift that's been provided for. In his current scenario, you'll see in his evidence, these sources aren't actually provided for in the current scenario in the modelling that he's done, and that's in the in 2A and 2B, figures 2A and 2B.
Just pause, Nigel. I just want to find these. So this plan up here is
it's 3B, so it shows the 1 dB contours.
So 3B, all right.
Okay. Yep. And it's the same as 3A basically. So
yes. And can you just explain again what you just said about the noise sources being put on the Seaport land?
So you've got figure 2A.
Yeah.
You see it's similar to this. So that's the current peak operation period 2021. And you'll see that these sources aren't included in that plan. So they're not there at the current time.
Yes.
So what Mr. Fitzgerald's done, he's on advice from the port, I assume, from Mr. Dingle. He said, well, look, there could be noisy activities potentially in 2035. And Mr. Dingle's included some of those potential activities in his evidence. But he's taken these representative samples of noise for this reach stacker and container lift. Now, I have some difficulty with that because the container lift is actually outside the inner control boundary. And in fact, next to these houses, in fact, very close to the 55 contour. So how realistic that is, I have doubts. And the reach stacker at the moment would be screened by the buildings, by the old cool stores.
But inside the inner.
It's inside the inner control boundary.
And on the Seaport land.
And no, it's on,
No.
yes, sorry, it's on the Seaport land.
Yes.
It's not on the port land.
Okay, I follow that in Mr. Fitzgerald's evidence, so he's putting together a future scenario, so it's.
Yes.
Look, I'm looking at a different plan, figure 3B. Well, I have in front of me, doesn't have the red in those two sites shaded in, I have that all open. So the red, are you sure this is 3B, future peak operations period 2035?
Well, there's two sets. There's one in the original report from Mr. Fitzgerald after the acoustics. And then that was changed in his evidence to account for the fact that there wasn't 20 trains a day, and so that was changed. So I don't know which one.
Okay, can we just confirm with perhaps it's a slide view. Certainly what's in front of me looks different to the 3B I've got in Mr. Fitzgerald's evidence. Is that right?
Can I ask what the date, in the small print at the foot of your plan, Mr. Chair, is there a date?
13 July 2022.
I'm looking at a plan that also has that date, and it does seem to be showing what's on the screen at the present time. So I can't quite explain that, except I do agree with what Mr. Lloyd has told you, that there is a difference between the plan set that was with Mr. Fitzgerald's evidence and the plan set that was attached to his January 2021.
I just can't read. Does that say the 30th of July down the bottom, does it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so whether it's just that on my plan, which has been printed off, Mr. Fitzgerald's evidence, those two sites that have the heavy red colour in the middle, there's no red in the middle on my plans. So I'm just not sure whether it makes any difference. I can
Mr. Chair, what if I could,
yes.
Marshall Day did a report post notification of the plan, which is attached to the original 42A
Yes.
report.
Yes.
With a whole set of plans on there.
Yes.
So quite similar.
Yes.
Possibly the one you're talking about. And then in his evidence, Mr. Fitzgerald has plans in the site that we're talking about.
Yes.
And that's the one we're dealing with. The ones actually were attached to his evidence, not the ones that were in the 42A report.
Okay. Well, some reason I've printed out Mr. Stewart's evidence and my plan is different. It doesn't have the heavy red shading in those sites, but let's just move on. We'll find it.
Now I've got what I think is Mr. Fitzgerald's evidence here.
3B.
And I've asked Hamish to print out, to put that in his PowerPoint presentation. And these two are the same, so.
We'll compare it.
Yeah, yeah.
If it doesn't make any difference, it's fine. I just want to make sure we were on the same page, literally.
Very important. So without these noise sources, the noise levels are, and I think there's agreement between each of us. I'll find out if the noise levels are 55 to 58 decibels at the Southport site, and that's not unusual as far as I'm concerned for providing for residential or noise sensitive activities. particularly if noise insulation is provided and ventilation at the same time. So the issue becomes what happens in the future, and what the aspirations of the port are, and what's real. I think what's realistic for the port around this site. So that's what we'll hear from today. And there's also some minor amendments that have been suggested, and what happens with the contours is that they're provided for as a polygon. So these contours here actually go around the outside of the seaward side of the port. So the noise levels can't be complied with by the operations at the seaward side. So there's minor wording that's been suggested is that the words landward side of these contours be provided for, and that's a relatively small matter, but it means the controls apply in this direction rather than in this direction. So those are the main points, I think.
Thank you for that.
So with respect to facilities, substances, there's three main sites of general concern. One being the liquid gas site that Hamish identified earlier, but the Seaport sites that's just outside the risk management contour associated with that site. There have been some further mitigation measures proposed in the proposed precinct rules, which would have inferred sensitive activities from a sub-precinct nearest to the liquid gas site.
Regardless of whether it's within the or outside the risk management contour.
Yeah, in the earlier, I suppose, resource consent hearing, there was still some concern around another metric, which is societal risk. So it's moving more or increasing the density of sensitive activity near to a hazardous facility. The next one's operating Greymouth Petroleum well site, located down by the yacht club. Always considered low risk. This wasn't much, I suppose, quantitatively assessed that. There's been some further information provided as part of the hazardous substances chapter that I think increases the confidence around that being low risk, not being an unacceptable risk site. The last one is the historical well, which is located on site and currently produces low quantities of oil, water, and mineral gas. There's still some matters to resolve around plugging and abandonment, and how that's certified. Again, acknowledge that there's been some mitigation measures proposed there that around excluding sensitive activity until that occurs.
Thank you, Sarah. I have a couple of questions for you. The first one is about, and I'll be asking some questions of Mr. Dingle and some other witnesses about potential, likely, depending on what the evidence says, of Taranaki becoming a hydrogen hub for future mitigation of greenhouse gases, particularly for heavy transport uses. Are you familiar with hydrogen facilities in terms of hazardous substances matters?
It's something that we did have to consider in the hazardous substances chapter. So there's some work being done around that. Yeah.
Yes.
That establishing a new facility or any facility like that would be subject to doing a risk assessment and
Yes.
determining what those international contours are.
Yes. I think we're being asked to think about a bit of crystal ball gazing here. The evidence is contested on what the future of the port might be. And what's your, as a hazardous substances expert, what's your current understanding of the risk profile of hydrogen storage facilities at ports at scale?
Yeah, and I have sort of looked at, I suppose, a at scale type facility. It's been smaller refueling type facilities that we've considered today. Yeah, I couldn't comment on sort of how that compared to, example, the LPG storage facility.
Okay.
Where that compromise it.
So, but as a matter of general principles and expert knowledge, is there anything you can tell us about the differences between hydrogen storage at scale and LPG storage at scale?
There were, I did put some little bit of commentary around it in my hazardous substances chapter evidence, but try and speak to that off the top of my head. Yeah.
Keep that and come back.
Yeah, let's just come back to us. Okay. The second question is about, well, TPC5, which is on the Seaport land, isn't it?
It is.
Yes.
Beneath one of the buildings.
Yes. And have you seen Ms. Hooper's suggestions that there be a different consent status as to whether or not that well's been appropriately abandoned, capped and certified as being abandoned?
Yes, I have.
And do you agree with her approach?
Generally, yes, I do. I think that's a reasonable approach. I did propose that there is, in terms of the matters that the council has discretion on for the industrial activities, that it still has some consideration around that well if it's not plugged and abandoned. I think any land use that requires some ongoing management. And then the other matter, I think, is how the council is satisfied that the well's plugged and abandoned. Where does that certification sit? There are regulations requiring that, but with this well being historical, it's which regulatory body is going to do that? Because I don't know that the council would be regulatory body that would be wanting to certify an abandonment of a well.
But as an expert, what can you tell us what the regulations are and who administer those?
There's regulations under both the Health and Safety at Work Act and the
Yes.
Ground Minerals Act. But in both those, both legislation, it sits with the permit holder. Because typically they would be the one that is abandoning the well.
Yes.
And the permit holder in this area is Graham Petroleum.
Yes.
Petroleum is not going to be the party abandoning the well. So how those regulations apply at the moment is a little bit clear from my perspective.
And you're saying it's unclear what the council's role may or may not be in that?
It's unclear in terms of who they could rely on having certified the abandonment to the appropriate standards.
Okay.
I think under a normal circumstance of health safety, work safe, and under the Crown Minerals Act, if that process had been followed and the notifications had occurred, there'd been independent verification before that evidence was provided. I think that would provide some confidence. At the moment, all the onus for that sits with the permit holder.
Okay, Mr. Nolan might be able to address us on that point. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but I'll start with you and presumably Mr. Wesney can chip in, but I do have some questions for Mr. Lloyd and Mr. Wesney also on noise. Okay, I just want to start with the liquid gas site, Shepherd, and that's obviously, as you said, just outside the risk management contour and the hazardous substances bundle of rules. But so it doesn't trigger those rules as such. I think you said it. It's any sensitive activity near a hazardous facility in a precinct sense would trigger rules. Is that, maybe this is a question for Mr. Wesney, but we just have some clarification on that.
Not with respect to the liquid gas. I don't think there's anything in the precinct rules that, it's just that what was proposed was sub-precinct areas A, B, and C, I think, referred to. Precinct closest to liquid gas, supposed to exclude the sensitive activities from that sub-precinct, which again increased that sort of buffer distance between liquid gas and sensitive activities.
Yes, so this is not a hazardous substances rule as per se, it's a port zone.
Oh,
Is that what we're talking about? I just want to be clear that we're not sort of conflating the rules here. You made it clear that from a hazardous substance point of view, the risk management contour rule is not triggered by the liquid gas. And then I reported down that you said that nevertheless, it is a sensitive activity near a hazardous facility. And I thought you said the hazardous substances rules will apply, but you're not saying that now.
a little unclear what you're referring to in my evidence. But
No, just in your verbal statement a few moments ago. You said that the Seaport site is outside the risk management contour, so those rules don't apply. And then you said, however, it is a sensitive activity near a hazardous facility.
It comes down to, we don't, in New Zealand, we don't have a standard mechanism or approach to hazardous facilities. So we tend to refer to that New South Wales approach that has two metrics for assessing risk. The district plan has picked up and applied one of those. So under what the district plan has applied, that's outside the risk management contour, and therefore those rules are not triggered.
Want to add to that at all, Mr. Weston?
Yes, and I think reading the addendum and Shepherd's advice to that will help answer this question for you as well, regarding the second, probably the second part in terms of the societal risk, which is the second part of South Wales guidance. The proposed district plan has the substances approach, doesn't consider the societal risk, but defining the risk management contours. And Ms. Shepherd's statement, she's looked at what Seaport have proposed in the evidence, which is the precinct approach. Precinct B, which is the closest part to the liquid gas site. That's the area where there would be most sensitive activities, or sensitive activities would be one activity. So my understanding from Shepherd is that she's saying that provides an additional buffer or additional member of precaution.
Yes.
For that risk from this liquid gas site.
I understand that now. So it's the suggested rule framework for precinct A by Seaport that's providing the potential mitigation, because the district plan as it stands at the moment, or as is recommended, wouldn't capture it because it's not within the risk management contour. Thank you. That's clear. With the historic well, TCP 5, I guess, I'm picking up some sort of hesitancy here from both you in terms of the ability of Seaport to exert some control over a third party being the permit holder in terms of capping and abandonment. Was that your intention or not?
Because I don't think the permit holder, well, my understanding is that the permit holder wouldn't be involved in that process. But the regulations that I think council would probably ideally like to rely on in terms of being satisfied that it's been certified that the plug and abandonment process has occurred to satisfactory standard. I'm not sure how they apply in the absence of the permit holder being the one undertaking that activity.
I guess what I'm trying to understand, Shepherd, is whether the rules that Super is proposing and that you've had a chance to look at are reliant on Greymouth coming to the party. And if Greymouth as the permit holder don't pursue abandonment or capping or whatever, how effective are those rules?
I suppose it's just the need to somehow agree or satisfy how that certification occurs. And it's going to be responsible.
Yeah. And if this was a resource consent application, that would be a condition precedent that involves third-party involvement, which the applicant has potentially no control over. And so just trying to ascertain whether that's something that's weighing on your mind or Mr. Wesney's mind in terms of the rule framework that Ms. Hooper's proposing.
So from my perspective, it is that certification that's referred to. What is that certification? So there's absolute clarity for everyone. And I expect from reading the legal submissions from Seaport that there's some potential amendments coming on this issue,
Yes.
which will help
Okay.
answer that certification question.
So by whom and by when and the process. Yeah. And then just the final facility, Ms. Shepherd, that's the well site near the yacht club. You've categorised that as a low risk, essentially.
Yes, even looking, recalling back to the resource consent process and hearing, it was deemed low risk then. Now I've got more information available about that. I'd like to be satisfied.
Okay, thank you for that. Just got some questions for Mr. Lloyd. Just very generally, Mr. Lloyd, I just wanted to clarify your role in the process. Engaged to advise the council, you weren't engaged to do your own noise assessment, were you?
No.
And so was that role to assess the methodology and brief of the noise experts that are presenting on behalf of the two submitters, or did it not even extend to that?
I've been advising on the district plan, so yes, very much. The facility was to roll over the district plan with a view for the port to be able to justify those contours. So it's been an ongoing process from the start. It was, yeah.
So you've been involved in the production of the zone and the noise provisions that were notified in 2019.
Yes.
Were you involved in the Section 32 assessment, or at least providing information that led to the Section 32?
Only as far as my noise report, which was pretty much, let's roll over these. I wasn't involved in the original writing of these of the operative plan. That was Mr. Hegley did the operative plan. I sort of picked up that with a view to the port being able to feed into it and justify the contours on an ongoing basis, which is what has happened.
Yes. Presumably you were working with Mr. Wesney though back in 2019. That was another planner, was it?
Yes.
We're for noise.
For noise you were.
Yes, yes.
Right, sorry, there's not a lot in that, just context. The more substantive final questioning from me is around the noise levels, Mr. Lloyd, and I guess you've raised a methodological question that the panel need to consider and test Mr. Fitzgerald and Mr. Stiles on in terms of the role of the reach stacker and the container lift in terms of the 2035 predictions. In terms of how realistic they are, and so we will do that.
Yes.
Hopefully I've got this right. You say that without those noise sources, the noise levels across the Seaport site are 55 to 58 dB. So have I got that correct?
Yes, there seems to be agreement between three.
Yes.
consultants on that.
Yes, and that presumably travels in a northwest to a southeast type direction, does it?
Yes, it's you can see the contours around the main port area, and that is the influence on the Seaport site from that area.
If you get to the edge of the Seaport site closest to the noise source, and then you walk to the furthest away, there's potentially obviously a difference of 3 dBA across the entire Seaport site. In acoustic terms, how significant is that? What I'm trying to understand is what do we make of the range of noise levels across that site, that 3 dBA difference?
So 3 dBA is difficult to tell the difference with the 3 dBA increase.
But while standing closest on the Seaport site, closest to the noise source, and then standing, how many meters are we talking? 50?
Probably,
Yes. To the human ear, would it be obvious that there was a reduction in
No,
noise?
not obvious. No.
Not obvious. And the next point I recorded that you said verbally is that those levels are not unusual for residential development. Was that what you meant to say?
Yes. It's not, yes, there's lots of instances where you've got dwellings situated near to roads or to ports that would experience those levels of noise.
Yes. Another question I should have asked in between was, in terms of the 3 precincts that Seaport have identified, A, B, and C in their model, have you had an opportunity to overlay the contours, or someone overlaid those contours over those precincts to see how they relate?
No.
And the reason I understand that, I think, by their own, you understand the question though. You understand the question I've just posed?
Yes, yes. I've been looking at the thing as a whole, really, rather than at the individual parts. So,
sure, I understand that.
So there are parts of the port that are outside the intercontinental boundary. I understand that.
Yes.
Getting down to that level of comparison, I haven't done.
The reason I asked that is by their own volunteering, I think Seaport have suggested no residential activities in precinct A. I'll just get non-complying activity. Yes, a non-complying activity. I'm just wondering what the evidential basis from a noise point of view is for that compared to, say, precincts B and C. And I think there's a more enabling provision for residential activities in precinct C, which is the right-hand side of the map looking at it.
That hasn't been done for noise reasons.
It hasn't.
It's been done for reasons the Shepherd referred to.
Or for hazard.
In the 55 to 58 area, that the district plan has rules for that as to where residential can be and can't be. That's not under challenge in this area. The area between the inner control boundary and the outer control boundary, residential can happen anywhere. The ABC is not related.
Thank you for that clarification. Thanks me a series of questions, Mr. Nolan. Here's the final question, I guess the so what question, Mr. Lloyd, is given that you've said that at those levels are not unusual for residential development. I'm just wondering, and I'm quoting from Mr. Wesney's report here, and he's quoting you. He says that given that Seaport site is located between the port and the railway line, Mr. Lloyd concludes it to be reasonable to continue to include it, that's the Seaport site, within the inner control boundary. And it seems a little bit incongruous with the comment you made earlier about at those levels, 55 to 58. It's not unusual to have residential development in those areas. Whereas if it's in the inner control boundary, that would suggest otherwise, presumably. Can you help me there?
Yes. I don't, if the situation is as it is now, as it's predicted with 55 to 58, it doesn't need to be in the control boundary. So the question mark is over the future aspirations and what future noise levels could be, and if it can be shown that there are settings there, then that would be when the site would be within the inner control.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. That's nicely ring-fenced my questions in that sense. Just to assist those that are responding to that thesis, in the future, I guess are we talking about the planning period or the district plan?
Yes, and the report noise standard doesn't have a time, but it sort of suggests a 10-year period.
Thank you.
Three final matters in terms of what's in the addendum report responding to the evidence. In addition to noise and hazardous substances, is the strategic directions and the objectives there. So there's a series of objectives which super covers and then to respond to and respond to further in the addendum. So one of the key ones is the centre's approach and hierarchy in the strategic objectives and potential misalignment there between what Seaport are seeking in terms of nature and scale of activities thing with the city centre zone, and also the role and purpose of the mixed use zone and how that's being proposed to be used by Seaport and how it is in the strategic objectives. There's a potential misalignment there. But in saying that the housing and other activities proposed in the provisions put forward by Seaport amendments, that does align with the strategic direction objectives around housing choice and supply. And then the fourth matter highlighted is the co-design process put forward in Ms. Marco's evidence and the strategic direction objectives around the role and relationship of tangata whenua, ancestral land and significant resources. In my mind, there's uncertainty as to how that process would occur in terms of how the plan provisions are expressed. So I expect to hear more from Ms. Marco and Super about that during the hearing. Then the other matter in terms of the addendum report highlighted was around reverse sensitivity. This well canvassed in evidence. Talked about noise, so I won't talk more about that. Odour and dust is the other potential nuisance type of effect which could arise, and read Ms. Simpson's evidence, so I'm interested to hear what further she has to add on that. But highlighting there that there would be a high number of people on the Seaport site if it was developed to the full extent as enabled by the plan provisions. That given the significant increase in the number of people, there's potential increase there in reverse sensitivity effects. And then the final point was just around no complaints covenants, and highlighting that that doesn't stop the complaints from occurring. Legally, they may not be able to, and the potential for that, the ineffectiveness of that mechanism comes up where you have a high number of people involved subject to those covenants. And the last matter was just the cultural significance, and again, it's similar to what I just said before around the strategic directions and how that co-design process would work. So to finish on the key matters and contentions, I think well signalled through presentations. The first one is the appropriate location of the inner control boundary for the port noise, and the rezoning of Seaport. That's how to enable efficient effective operation of the port, considering the potential for reverse sensitivity effects, sense of consistency with the centre's approach and hierarchy in the proposed plan, how the design process would be implemented. Third, fourthly, is this questions from Mr. McMahon around the plugging and the certification. How does that happen? That's us.
Thank you very much, Hamish. Very valuable way to start the hearing for us. Do you have any final questions on the original 42A? Let's do those now.
I'll keep them brief. As I said, I'll keep them brief. They're on your 42A. Some of them are just factual answers, so I'll go through them rapidly. You said there were 2 original submissions covering six points. Were those two original submissions both from Seaport?
Is this in relation to the port noise? or
Yes.
the-
Well, it's your paragraph 2 of your executive summary. Said one of those submissions was received from Seaport, just wasn't sure who the second one was from.
Port Taranaki.
It was. And that submission was largely in support of the provisions with some,
Yes, seeking
I
some
mean-
clarification to the rules is how they were expressed.
yes. I'm over on your page 6. And here you're just identifying some of the higher order documents in the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. And the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. The reference to the New Zealand Policy Statement reminded me that there's a coastal environment overlay in the new Plymouth District Plan. Does that overlay extend to cover all of the port zone?
Double check that. I think the answer is yes. So the coastal environment overlay follows mostly the inner port noise boundary. So it follows Breakwater Road and then out Centennial Drive. So it doesn't include the part of the port zone which is outside the port operational area. It doesn't include industrial activities which are within the port zone.
But it includes the Seaport land.
Correct.
Well, that's north of Breakwater Road, isn't it? Yes. Yes. I guess this is a question for not only yourself, but Ms. Hooper also, and that is, what impact does that have on the relief being sought by the submitter? And there's no simple answer to that, but I guess, will it have an impact on the relief sought by the submitter?
It's a consideration in terms of the policy framework and the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, but because it's not the values for why that area is identified in the coastal environment is its relationship to the coast rather than any particular values. I can understand how that line has been defined. Generally, its association with the port.
I can't recall who the author was on 42A on
Macbeth.
I think Mr. Steiner had an involvement with the port zone. His recommendation was that, I'm using colloquial language here, that there be some carve out of the coastal environment area for port zone activities. And that is reflected in his right of reply.
Yes, in terms of the coastal environment
Yes,
provisions themselves.
in terms of the provisions, but still some application of the rules, of the policies. But that was for port activities as opposed to non-port activities. So I guess what I'm just indicating to Ms. Hooper is that that's a dialogue I'd like to have with you later. Thank you. And whether you've considered that matter at all. On the MPS on urban development, I'll be brief on this one. You've made some comment about the availability of industrial land over in paragraphs 25, 26. And I've involved in the GIZ hearing, so those figures that you quoted, 80 hectares of capacity, are very familiar to me, but I've also heard that there were some 74 hectares of land requested to be rezoned from GIZ to some other zone, leaving a theoretical capacity of 4 to 6 hectares. In the scheme of things, if that 80 hectares was reduced, does that change your recommendations in any way?
In my view, it's not a substantial resource. It's more the location of it in terms of the industrial land in this part of the city.
Yeah. Up to your page 11 now, Taranaki Regional Policy Statement and the recently updated Regional Coastal Plan and the new version that was produced in October last year. Can you just remind me what's the test on district plan's relationship with the regional plan? Does it give effect to or have regard to?
Have regard to.
And give effect to on the regional policy statement? Does the,
Also for the regional plan, it's not to be inconsistent with.
not to be consistent? This is not a criticism, but just an observation. And again, given I haven't read your addendum, you haven't gone into any depth in terms of that test in terms of the regional coastal plan, have you, when you've way?
Not in terms of the coastal plan, because I don't think it's a relevant document. I'll consider that, but I've concluded it's not relevant.
Why do you say that?
In terms of the regional coastal plan,
Yes.
primarily it's not adjacent to the coastal marine area.
So it's a jurisdictional issue. Okay. So this area is above mean high water springs, obviously, so it's outside the CMA, but inside the coastal environment for the district plan purposes and the overlay. Okay. The two anomalies, I'm on to noise now, two anomalies that you and Mr. Wood have identified. Presumably they don't impact on Seaport in any manner.
No, they'll separated from the Seaport.
Yes, Mr. Nolan, you're not taking any issue with those, and Mr. Slowfield's not either. Just trying to ring fence the issues here. In the same sense, the potential issue or anomaly with noise standard S16, not quite the same rollover from the district plan to the proposed plan, and the difference between noise standards relating to port activities versus non-port activities. Mr. Nolan, can I, just to save me going further on that issue, is that an issue that you take? Not, and Mr. Slowfield? Yes.
I don't think.
It's just that Mr. Wesney's identified it. It's obviously an aspect of the plan that's broken and needs to be addressed. He's suggesting that we might want to do this under clause presumably 16. I think you've got 10, clause 16. To rectify it, and I don't want to waste unnecessary time on the hearing on this if it's not an issue. Paragraphs 73 and 74 of the 42A. Thank you. That's your paragraph 100 that you identified earlier, so it's fine. And 124. Thank you, Mr. Wesney. That's all from me.
Thank you very much. Council team, I think it is time to take a break. And before we do so, I just wanted to cover a couple of things. Firstly, Ms. Carter, Janice, I understand you've got some constraints and need to be heard today. Is that right?
I can talk to that.
Okay.
Chair.
Yes.
We have a little more flexibility than previously indicated.
Okay.
So if we can't get to Ms. Carter in a sensible
Yes.
order today,
Yes.
it is possible for her to be heard tomorrow, but that may be on Zoom rather than in person.
Okay.
And we'll just need to make a decision about that, how she is involved, if it's tomorrow, as we give the rest.
Okay. That goes to a bit of a discussion about the hearing days and timing generally. I think David might have indicated that we'd be happy to sit till 6 tonight. The reality for me is I was up at 5 o'clock to catch the 6:25 from Auckland, and I won't be in any shape really much after 5 to carry on. I don't think it's fair to parties to struggle on. I'm also aware, David just said that he's got to be on a flight at 4 or away at 4 tomorrow. Away. My sense of reading the evidence is that, and the experience we've had is that we should well be through by 4 tomorrow. So just whether we might start a little bit earlier tomorrow to get things rolling, maybe at 8:30, if that, just to take any risk out of running out of time, if that was suitable to everyone. Okay, let's do that then. And look, the last matter I'd like to address to council is questioning I had of Hamish on his paragraph 48 of his addendum report. This goes to his two options he's provided us, and it goes to the reasonable and appropriate future representative noise source. So this to me is a legal matter that we'd like to ask some questions on in terms of trying to anticipate future scenarios for modelling and activities which go to the heart of the zoning and the noise issue. So and look, to be honest, I've been on the road, so I haven't got to the legal submissions yet. So I'll read them over the lunch break, but you may have already covered that.
It's mostly that matter of evidence with respect to the chair, and I feel can be a lot of evidence.
Yes.
Supplementary.
Okay. No, all I was asking, Mr. Nolan, was that if you had any legal
we will
advice.
But
yes,
I think as a supplementary evidence for these issues being raised. So I think I'll end up largely as I'm saying.
Yes.
It's clearly the port who's told Mr. Fitzgerald to put those things in there. Seaport are going to be talking about their site, and
yes,
why they're not going to be happening on their site.
Yes.
So I'm saying, just foreshadowing to you, it's really
yes,
lawyers will cover it, but
yes,
ultimately you'll have to make that call on the evidence that you're
yes,
getting.
yes.
You'll be getting plenty of it.
I've read it all, and okay, well, it's open to you to address us on that point in terms of any legal precedent or any appropriate assistance you might be able to give us. I'll use that word appropriate again because that's ultimately the Section 32 test.
Yes.
A lovely, nice, open word. So thank you for indulging us and me with my lateness. Out of my control, obviously. So we will break and return at 1:30. Thank you.
We were told that that would only be half an hour. That changed?
I didn't have jurisdiction.
Yes. So look, I think everyone's been hanging around all morning, and my knowledge of trying to get lunch and get clear emails is I would prefer to take 3/4 of an hour if we could. So 1:30, thank you. Christine, Nolan.
Thank you. Commissioner, so we did provide those submissions, but it's only just before the hearing, so I won't read everything. There'll be parts that I'll take through, but I'm also conscious that other people here won't have had a chance. So, I will interpolate at various stages on 2 or 3 matters in particular that were raised by council for the Port Taranaki. So I'll deal with that as I go. And there's one matter at the end also raised by Mr. Slyfield that I'll touch on. So I'll be departing from time to time when I get to the topic where an issue was raised by Mr. Slyfield. So we say at the start, and these are obviously Mr. Cameron and myself, that New Plymouth has been presented with perhaps once in a generation opportunity to turn its gaze to its one sheltered city beach and to the ocean beyond and redefine the future for its waterfront. The land at 20 Pakaro Street is situated at the doorstep of Ngāmotu, New Plymouth's only safe swimmable beach, on the site of the Otaka Pa, a matter of some significance to Mana Whenua, and within touching distance of key amenities including the coastal walkway. It is uniquely positioned to provide a new waterfront offering that is unrivaled in its location, scale and potential. And the choice before you two commissioners through this hearing could not be more stark. Either the city will seize upon an opportunity, provide a high quality mixed use live, work and play waterfront development, which will echo other similar successful waterfront environments elsewhere. The district plan will provide an outcome that is sympathetic to the site surroundings while acting as a potential catalyst for further redevelopment and investment in an area that has traditionally been neglected, or the land will remain for the foreseeable future in a mix of industrial uses locked into port zoning of no utility or relevance and wholly within a totally inappropriate inner noise control boundary that sterilizes and constrains any future development potential of the site based solely on unsubstantiated and speculative claims as the degree of risk posed by the co-location of some residential activities within a waterfront environment. Waterfront developments usually making use of former and surplus port-related land have been taking place in many cities worldwide since the 1980s. Well-known early examples overseas, which the commissioners may recall, were in San Francisco, Baltimore, Vancouver, Darling Harbour in Sydney, and the South Street Seaport Pier 17. It's in Manhattan, just opposite Wall Street. The reuse of these brownfield waterfront sites for mixed uses were immediate successes. And in sharp contrast to the very narrow focus of Port Taranaki, here in New Zealand was actually the Auckland Harbour Board and its successor Ports of Auckland Limited, who were the initiators of mixed-use waterfront developments. First, with the Princess Wharf development, hotel, apartments, retail and hospitality on its primary cruise ship wharf. Then the redevelopment of its former engineering workshop building on the eastern side of the Viaduct Harbour into bars and restaurants, and that had the fishing fleet right in front of it. Next, the reuse of Hobson Wharf for the Maritime Museum, later securing with other landowners a new mixed-use zoning of the entire Viaduct Basin, most of which was then sold and developed for apartments, hotels, hospitality and offices. And then finally, initiating the planning studies for what became Wynyard Quarter. The latter was taken forward by its shareholder for a development entity, C+ City, that became Waterfront Auckland, now known as Panuku. It is a highly successful mix of port, marine, industrial, commercial, hospitality, and high-density residential activities. I could interpolate here that I acted as counsel for the Auckland Harbour Board, Ports of Auckland, the Maritime Museum, C+ City, Waterfront Auckland, on every one of those developments. I've spent most of my 40 years in legal practice doing waterfront developments.
Yes,
Well,
I'm aware of that, Nolan, following those cases as we do. Thank you.
But Wellington has also undertaken a successful waterfront redevelopment. They formed a special company to do that. A former Portland and Wharves, as has Napier.
Can we just pause there? Like I live in Napier.
Yeah, on that eastern.
I'm just really interested in that comparable because what's been redeveloped there is the old fishing port, the old iron pot where the sailing ships used to come in. The actual working port is 3 or 4 kilometres away. So I'm interested in your analogy.
That's the area I'm referring to. And in my experience of those 40 years, the strongest, because the port companies are generally very alive to these opportunities, not here in Taranaki. But actually, in my experience, the fishing industries and of the sort have been the greatest protagonists against waterfront development of any, and they are the ones that in that sort of area, even as recently as the America's Cup facilities, which I also act as counsel for to secure consents, the greatest opponent of those where the fishing industry had to move from areas where several of the bases were going to be located into the main part of the commercial port. And they have no compunction about holding anything up if it's going to interfere with their life.
Yeah.
Sanford's, the Auckland Fish Market in the Wynyard Quarter.
Yes.
Again, one of the best. So that's why I said Napier,
Yeah,
that area is quite interesting.
In my mind, it's distinguishable because the equivalent of Port of Taranaki is located in Newport, some kilometres away from the old fishing port. So,
I was just giving a range of examples of
Yes.
where
sure.
things have taken place.
Yes.
But you know, the Auckland examples are, you know, right next to or even within the working port.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's great.
okay.
Thank you.
I mean, I can't help myself, but raise the same question in relation to Wellington, where I live, Mr. Nolan. I'm an advocate and user of the active waterfront development that you referred to, but that is some distance from the working port of Wellington.
But not when it started. The whole point about these things is this is how they start. Where they start from walls and land that was used by ports and become surplus. They don't take over working port areas. They start using what you might call the fringe areas. The SLCR is your classic example, visible everywhere, including in Wellington. I mean, all those berthage areas, as you walk along from the Meridian building through to Te Papa, that was all working.
Yes.
Traditional.
And now it's not. Now it's not, is it?
No, exactly.
Yes.
But it's.
And what I'm trying to
transitions.
understand is the parallel that you're asking us to take on board
Yeah.
between Taranaki and, in this case, Wellington. There's a spatial separation of Wellington. That, and I take your point that yes, at one stage it was a working port. The outer T area is no longer a working port. That area is now some distance away.
Yes.
In Taranaki, we've got a more confined port operation.
Yes.
And so the transition from, if this is the point you're making, surplus for land that the port once used and that your client now owns, and the distance to the working point isn't a great distance, is it?
But it's actually the same in Auckland, where what they call commercial port, which is it's increasingly, it's really Blenheim's low. It's one or two wars before that, but to the Ferguson container terminal, but you could go along to pretty good start with Ferguson. The equivalent, their equivalent to the port noise control line runs along Key Street and all the land behind. So that's closer, or as close, if you like, which was port land of the old days, railway land and so on. That's been developed for residential and other things in that area. So that's completely similar. Wynyard Quarter has got heavy marine industry going on in there. You know, maybe which Mr. Marlow will talk about. You know,
can I just leave you with this thought? Is there any examples you asked us to take into account as comparables? Do they have the closeness, the cheek by jowl association between active port activities and these more successful commercial undertakings that you're asking us to consider?
I've just given you the in Auckland loans, so it's very easy to go and look at them. Those two, and vast areas right behind the commercial, and that's a big port. That's not like Taranaki. They've got container trains and all sorts of things there, and immediately, you know, that's right behind Key Street, and Princess Wharf right on the wharf, and Wynyard Quarter.
So sort of separation distances.
It's not about distance. It's about because it comes back to the sort of activities that take place, and that's why you come down to separation for hazardous substances. So you're getting lots of evidence about that, and we're outside all those contours.
Sure.
And you talk about noise, and the levels here. You know, as Deloitte himself said, you know, in the 55 to 58 is within the acceptable area. So that's what separation means. It's being far enough away, and that's how Wynyard Quarter, working out where things could be, was, well, where are the effects? It's not just distance.
I understand that, and thanks for the explanation. I guess the question I should have asked is, are any of those examples situations where non-port activities operate within the inner noise control area?
Well, in Port of Auckland, no, and that's not proposed here. We're not proposing to do anything inside the inner noise area. This whole hearing is about where should that noise control be. This proposition is to do these mixed uses outside the inner noise control. That's the equivalent of Auckland, where it runs along Key Street.
Yeah, that's the crux of this hearing. Where should that boundary be? For, at the moment, as notified, your client side is inside.
Yes, but that has no weight. We're going to get onto that. That is a proposal. But that's to be determined.
Okay, and
Yeah,
there's a question that I'll come back to.
Yeah.
On that, I don't want to interrupt
No.
you any further.
But that is the point. This is not a proposal of this development inside. building control. I'll come back about that it should be there regardless of the zoning. It should be there in any event, north of that site. Okay. So 1.7 I'm up to. Here is I'm comparing it with so many successful waterfronts. When you walk from the city centre on the coastal walkway to the sheltered Ngāmotu beach in the harbour, there's nothing there on arrival. If you do that walk, you get there, as I've done. Oh, there's nothing here. I go all that way and I get to a little beach and there's nothing there. The city may have a magical mountain, and that's why I was down here that last time to walk it. An outstanding Gavette Brewster art gallery, which is absolutely world class. But there's no successful mixed-use waterfront development similar to other cities. And the contrast, for example, of the Wynyard Quarter, when many people walk or cycle on pathways to that quarter, and there's been a recent shared cycle pedestrian one, the entire length of the working port from the container terminal in the east right to Wynyard Quarter, is that when people do those sort of cycle paths and get there, they find on arrival a vibrant and interesting development. Playgrounds, a fish market, hospitality, cafes, a theatre, and a mix of interesting marine industrial activities, which people find very fascinating, fishing boats and so on. There's a lot of public art, classic yachts, a cooking school. The Seaport Land Company SLC site provides all of those opportunities and more, given its proximity to Ngāmotu Beach and the surrounding amenity. It ought to be a no-brainer. It also should be something particularly that planners, who surely should have vision and look, isn't that what planning is about? Looking to the future and how things could be improved for a city, should be embracing. And I've got to say, I compare the experience I've had working with city planners on all of those projects in Auckland, and they have seen that vision for their city and been, embraced it and helped bring about plan changes and so on. And here, there doesn't seem to be even any vision about what this waterfront could be, and certainly no understanding of the wonderful attributes that these projects bring. I find it very disappointing, the lack of planning. 1.10, a self-focused and restrictive approach adopted by Port Taranaki, where brooks no change to the SLC site, notwithstanding it's no longer part of the working port, and which has been adopted by the reporting officers of the council, unlike, I might say, the enthusiastic response by others within council, who SLC is engaged with, and Mr. Marler talked about that, and others, flies in the face of the core underlying purpose of the RMA, which is to enable people to provide for their own social, economic, cultural, and environmental well-being under the umbrella of sustainable management. And if I could just interpolate there, having seen these other harbour authorities in New Zealand and overseas, because most, they've often been involved in the overseas one, it's really surprising that Port Taranaki has not picked this up. I mean, they've got a business that's going sideways or down. And I say sideways in the sense they lose trade and they pick up other traders. This is sort of static or declining. And yet it's almost obvious to everybody else that their commercial acumen, you would have thought, would do what the other port companies have done and realise there are opportunities working with SLC, I'm interpolating here, Mr. Chair, working with SLC and other landowners around the area, to bring about waterfront development for the city. It's a win-win. It's a win for the port company, they get more income, they do better out of it, and it's certainly a win for the city. And I'm sure that's why other port companies, and similar entities have got into it. So 1.11, sorry.
Can I just test it a little bit? It was a win-win. You said that the port company would get financial benefit from the Seaport. Can you just?
Yes. You're here. I can't understand, for example, I Port Taranaki wouldn't, first of all, they could probably have bought that site themselves and actually said, look, this is Port Relay, it's close to us. It's a sitter because it was on the open market. No, they've been invited to participate by Seaport, but there's also other land. When Mr. Marler presents his master plan, this is seen as a catalyst for waterfront development. And there are other opportunities for similar things, as Mr. Nala will show, of which the port company owns some of that land, and they've got tenants on there. The way that Wynyard Quarter and the Viaduct Harbour happened is the port company's got involved, some tenants have got involved because they've got leases and so on, and that's the win-win for the port easily. That's why they've done this.
It's spare land from their operations.
Yes, well, land is transitioning over, exactly. And so they realise that the Hubboard Workshop building, for example, in Port Auckland, so the main building is the Art Deco one, near the bars. Yeah, so that was, they had all their, in my early days, my lawyers, that's where all the engineers were. But they realised, actually, they could do better out of this.
Higher and better use for the port
That's,
company.
that's exactly. So
Transition.
when they've got property people on their entity who understand these things.
Yeah.
And so that's what I'm saying.
Right.
And it's a win for the city. And given that the port companies in New Zealand are either fully or majority owned by the public, you know, there is that wider issue. You know, you can get a win for the port company and operating a successful business, and you get a win for the community. So that has been a practice. I find that surprising. We've seen it elsewhere. By contrast, then, I say the directors of SLC have a clear vision for the future of this site. They've undertaken extensive due diligence and provided a substantial case built on expert evidence, which for the most part is largely unchallenged by the port and the district council reporting officers. They wish to realise this vision, not just for the immediate benefit of the residents of New Plymouth, Mana Whenua, and visitors alike, but also for future generations. The evidence of Mr. Marler also identifies the much wider benefits and opportunities for the city that the redevelopment of the SL site could generate in the wider area, as shown in the master plan. And I can't stress that enough, because the waterfront development in Auckland started off with that Auckland Harbour engineering building. It was the first one, and Princess Walk, you know, both port facilities, and it just blossoms. You know, you get that. You have to have something. Somebody's going to start it. The directors of SLC have no intention, and this was relevant to your question before, Mr. Chair, now or in the future, of this land being used for port activities. It is typical surplus port-related brownfield land of the exact sort that is frequently used for waterfront development in New Zealand and elsewhere. That is its future. The expert evidence of SLC has compiled, which SLC has compiled, demonstrates a clear case of a higher and better use, which allows for a combination of live, work, play opportunities and an offering that will be unrivaled within the district. It is not for the port to dictate what is to take place on SLC's land by, among other things, including unsubstantiated and fanciful port activities in future noise modelling on the SLC site. So that's that extraordinary, and it's clearly, the poor old Mr. Fitzgerald, an instruction from the port company, put that on there and model it. It's not Mr. Fitzgerald, he hasn't written that up. His job is to model something. That is entirely inappropriate and contrived, and is rightly questioned by both Mr. Lloyd and Mr. Stiles, the two more senior acoustic experts appearing before you. It is also not for the port and reporting planners of the district council to say without foundation that the land, which has been surplus to port requirements since 2017 and was not wanted by the port nor any port business, will one day, maybe, possibly at some point in the future, be needed again for port-related use, and as such should remain locked away, even though privately owned, for the life of the new district plan. Fortunately, the future of the SL site is not in the hands of Port Taranaki, nor in the hands of the reporting officers. And our submission, the commissioners can and should take up the opportunity presented and recommend a new direction for the site for the benefit of the district and Taranaki as a whole. SLC was established in September 2018 as a vehicle for the purchase of the former Fonterra cool store site. It became surplus the requirements of Fonterra in approximately 2017 and was marketed for sale in the middle of that year. So this wasn't a private coming behind the scenes. This was a public thing, and you'll hear more about that. After remaining on the market for well over a year, but it had not been purchased by any other party, and following detailed due diligence, which included consultation with local iwi and hapu, including Ngāti Whiti, SLC purchased the site in October 2018 and then set out to realise its aspiration for a new dawn for the land, unconstrained by its former industrial and port-related uses, and with a view to what the land could provide as part of a dynamic mixed-use waterfront development. And SLC is represented today by its director, Mr. Ben Hawke, who's sitting beside me, and Mr. Hawke's father, and Russell Nagel, who's too long, a successful civil and structural engineer, make up the SLC team who form this vision, and they remain committed to carrying it through via the PDP process. And Mr. Nagel will speak briefly after Mr. Hawke, just to respond to criticism by Mr. Slyfield in his submission, as you may have seen, over the engagement with Port Taranaki.
Could we just, Mr. Hawke doesn't have any evidence as such.
No, sorry,
He's
Mr.
gonna-
Hawke, he does. Well, it'll be handed out because lay people don't have to exchange
Okay.
thought. So we have that to come. Yes. It's in writing for you.
Thank you.
Yes, so SLC has called upon a number of leading experts. I've just listed there. I don't need to go through those. Turning over to section 3. In its submission, SLC sought to rezone its site and provide for a much wider range of uses than those permitted in that operational area A. The core rationale for that request was and remains that this land is no longer part of the working port and should safely and successfully be able to accommodate a greater range of uses, including those mentioned there. The master planning work undertaken by Warren and Marnie, described further below, has been commissioned to support that. The outcome of their work.
Sorry. Are you going to be addressing the scope issue to us?
Yes and no. I am going to cover that at the end of these submissions. So that's the topic I'm going back to.
All right, so I'm just noting that you're saying that you sought these matters as by way of submission. So we've got that discussion to have. And you'll give us your opinion at the end.
As I said, yes and no. I am. Can we just wait till we get to then? I'll address it then. I am going to address the point that's been raised by Mr. Slyfield. Rather than interrupt my submission, I'm going to explain what I suggest at the end of it. So unless you'd like me to do it now, I can do it now.
No, it's just that you've raised these issues in 3.1 and 3.2.
Sort of. I'm not getting into the detail. But now let me deal with it now. You don't have to. I'm not going to be very. I won't have to deal with it at the end. I'll say what I was going to say. The final matter I was going to deal with, which arises from Mr. Slyfield's submission, is where he has 6 pages of detailed legal submissions arguing that SLC's submission does not provide scope for the mixed use being sought. So it's about 6 pages of very detailed submissions. This challenge was never raised by the port after, at its request, SLC exchanged its evidence first. So we were asked to exchange first, which we did many weeks ago. It was not raised in the detailed planning evidence that then came from the port. It was not raised in any of the various memoranda that have been going to and fro with the commissioners. It arrived, these 30 paragraphs, when Mr. Cameron and I were at the airport yesterday, already out at Auckland Airport, out to catch a plane. And therefore, we are in no position to respond today and won't be. But we must be given a proper opportunity to do so, and you will want to hear from us on that point. So we propose that we will file a written response to that material by 5 p.m. next Wednesday, which is the 17th of August. And that is as far as we can take the matter now reasonably. But we'll provide a response to that.
Okay,
we
that's
accept the
fair.
need to do that.
Thank you.
And have it in place.
Yes.
I've just actually, while I'm on the topic, we have just noted, and this will be included in the submissions, but the leading case is probably that of Justice Futter, who had to look at this issue on the Auckland Unitary Plan, on the a decision there. And this was a key statement, which I think is very applicable here. The assessment of whether any amendment was reasonably and fairly raised in the course of submissions should be approached in a realistic, workable fashion rather than from the perspective of legal nicety. And that's the way the courts have adopted it. So we've got 6 pages of sort of black letter law from Mr. Slyfield, but there is a different response to that. So we will provide that to you by next Wednesday.
So when you do that, I've already signalled that we've had the same submissions on a similar case from the Blue Haven council and back from the council. So just have a look at that in your travels. That'll be helpful.
To make the same point.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for that assistance. So, talking in section 3, then at 3.3, the outcome has been a bespoke set of precinct provisions will apply to site with an underlying mixed use zoning, and that is the mixed use that's already in the plan.
I was going to ask you that. Is this uppercase mixed use zone? It is the MUS.
Yes. So it's not a new zone. It's one that's in the plan.
Just that's the first time I've seen in your legal submission a reference to the mixed use zone.
Yes. So we talked before I was talking about mixed use waterfronts.
Yes.
The zoning has been sorted as mixed use because that exists.
Okay.
So those provisions are set out as you've seen from this figure. However, for present purpose, we wish to note the following key features, namely the 3 sub-precepts, and you're having that discussion this morning that set out in that plan. I think Mr. Wesley actually put a similar plan up. And we're saying 3.5, which is, I think you've sort of got that understanding now. Sub-precinct A is designed to provide a buffer at the western end, closest to the port. And that would be for marine industrial, other commercial services, etc. And then B and C, you've got a wider range of potential uses. And the sub-precinct approach, this is 3.7, also supports the appropriate management of risk to sensitive activities, as you also heard this morning. A key activity being historic oil well that's actually on the site. There's nothing unusual about these oil wells. The provision would make sensitive land uses, including residential, non-complying within sub-precinct C until it's dealt with. And everybody agrees it's been dealt with. There's no rocket science about this. There's hundreds of these things in New Plymouth. We all accept that they have to be properly dealt with. Mr. Van der Mankel is satisfied that this is an appropriate means to manage the risk associated with TPC 5, a point which is accepted by Ms. Shepherd, subject to drafting refinements, which are coming your way. Those provisions also include completion of a co-designed master plan with Ngāti Te Whiti, a certification that proposed works are consistent, etc. Now, you're totally familiar with your legal framework. I just wanted to point out 4.3 in regard to section 32. Refer you to the analysis of Ms. Hooper there. Don't forget to look closely at that. And on the top of page 8, that key, which Mr. Chair, you pointed out, that key phrase is the most appropriate way. So that's almost driving things. 4.7, I do want to read. It's also noted that, it really comes back to Mr. Hunt's earlier point, that as the district council is embarking upon a full review of its existing operative district plan, there is no presumption in favour of the status quo. Consideration of SLC's proposal requires a clean slate view to be taken as to which of the two options, the status quo, the counterpart, best achieves the objectives of the PDP and or aligns with the other requirements under the statutory chest. And obviously a plan has to have something in it in which to invite a submission, but it could have been just the reverse. It had the mixed use zone and the inner control boundary further back, and the port would be making the submission. But either way, it's neutral.
So is that second sentence in 4.7 a paraphrase of the self-family trust case you saw?
Yeah, just really. So I think, and it's not controversial, is it? You know that, you're experienced commissioners. You deal with these things on the merits. You don't get a tick because it happened to be something happened to be in the notified plan. You look at it afresh.
Can I just ask you a question on 4.7? So I take your point, Mr. Nolan, that plan could have included provisions that were the reverse of what's in here at the moment, but they haven't, and they are what they are, and they're justified by a section 32 analysis. So if there's any departure from those by way of submission that's on scope, that would need to be accompanied by a corresponding section 32 analysis that justifies that amendment.
Because you do that, that's unfortunately your job.
Yes.
Throughout this hearing, isn't it? Everything you're doing,
well,
you redo it, because when these planners do these things, they don't have the benefit of other people's views about what their land should do. Yes. So you do go through that process, don't you?
Yes, you're quite right that it is the role of the decision maker to do that. But we've consistently invited the proponent of any amendment to provide their own section 32 AA analysis, and the super's done that. So clearly, it's a matter of assessing the two section 32s and
not quite, because the old one didn't have the benefit. It's true of everything you've been doing. Didn't have the benefit of what people had to say about it. It's a historic point in time. When they were looking at it, that's what, so you're looking at it afresh. You can't place much weight on the earlier one because on any of your cases, really, well, that would depend on how much new material is forward, of course. But when you've got a whole lot of new material, that's why you're going to, so does the environment court on appeal. It's fresh with the evidence.
But we are entitled to ask the planners for the other two parties to give the opinion on section 32 merits of the amendment being requested.
Yes, or you could put it the other way around. The council needs to do their own 32 analysis, having heard everything they've got, because they're old one's history. And I should mention also here that I'm coming back to it, but I should mention it. The inner noise boundary and out control in this plan, they were just rolled out without any investigation. I mean, how the council didn't say to the port company, look, those things were in the operative plan a decade ago, 20 years ago, because it was 1998 it started, based on a projection forward about X years, 10 years or something, which has expired a long time ago. You need to give us an updated one before you put it in our plan. They didn't. They just took this old thing and bunged it in. There was no 32 and there was no revisiting. So that aspect, in particular, is of concern. So everybody has to do this exercise again, I guess is what I'm saying.
And I understand that. I guess what I'm less clear on is what the starting point is. And section 32 talks about, well, I guess it's in two tranches. Firstly, the objectives of the plan being assessed against the provisions of the Act.
Yes.
And being the most appropriate objectives. And then the provisions being the policies, methods and rules and being appropriate in terms of giving effect to the objectives.
Yes.
So in this case, and there's a question from Mr. Hooper and Mr. Wesley and others, but I appreciate your legal input into that. Which objectives of the plan should the section 32 focus on in terms of identifying or assessing appropriateness of the provisions?
These rules? Yes, well, that's in the second. That's right. You're
What's your
directing
answer
that
to
properly
that?
to the panel. So
What's your answer?
that has to be part. Well, it's not for me to answer. That's part of the analysis of the section 32. So that's the. Ms. Hooper will be presenting her analysis dealing with exactly those issues. It is the ones in the proposed plan. It's always slightly difficult for you because you're also no doubt looking at some of those objectives and policies, I imagine.
Okay. Or if you can try and help me though. I mean, are they the port, for example, are they the port objectives or are they other objectives that we?
Yeah, they're more the strategic ones because the whole issue of what the zone should be. So it's higher up, if you like.
Well, I guess in lieu of that, I'll have to focus on this.
Well, I think you should. Explaining it.
Has Seaport sought to alter any of those objectives?
No, not as part of this issue. No.
So what can we take from that? That Seaport's happy with the strategic objectives in the plan and the objectives that are in the port zone? Is that a given?
Well, this submission hasn't done it. Would be quicker, I think, if you direct those to. We haven't objected.
We haven't objected to any of them.
Thank you.
And focusing on the fire strategy and.
Okay, cool. I'll take up your invite. Question Ms. Hooper on that.
Sure. Right. So now just moving on to a different point. Which is particularly relevant to the evidence from the district council reporting team, because there's a lot of this stuff in their reporting team, surprisingly, and also in the evidence from Port Taranaki about the previous resource consent application for a mixed-use development. Now that was the one that I think was in around 2020 or so, before my involvement, but that's about when it was. The following points need to be made in that regard. Firstly, the tests which apply to the consideration of an application for resource consent are, as you know, materially different to those which apply to consideration of a proposed district plan or any changes to a district plan. An applicant for resource consent is required to take the district plan as it comes and assess its application against the objective policy and rule framework that apply to the land at the time. The application was made, it was in a port zone and inside the inner control boundary, for example. You just take that as an example. Whereas a submitter on a district plan review is able to address what is the most appropriate approach to take to the land as a planning framework going forward. So totally different situation. Secondly, a significant amount of further work's been undertaken, and refer to that. And thirdly, the previous application for resource consent involved the proposed location of sensitivities within, that's what I was saying, within the ICB. As can be seen from the evidence, Mr. Stiles, and on the basis that Mr. Lloyd considers aspects of the port's future modelling be somewhat unrealistic, the current and future noise environment is now consistent with the site falling between the ICB and OCB. The proposed plan, and as does the standard, anticipates residential activity in that noise area, subject to mitigation. So I'm just pointing out there are some key issues just to be aware of when you think about that. The Commissioner should put the outcome of that resource consent application and the rationale on which the outcome was based to one side in considering SLC's submission on this plan. It has no direct relevance to the questions for you. Now, I think we're clear actually on what the two key issues are, and I think they were mentioned by both of you this morning. What is the appropriate zoning for this land in the light of the fact that it's no longer part of the working port, is not owned by the port, and is not now or in the future likely to be exposed to levels of noise from the port beyond the range of 55 to 58, which is the same as other land falling between the ICB and OCB. You want to stop me there?
No. I'm just getting ready to ask you a question, Mr. Nolan.
And what is the appropriate location of the ICB in light of the evidence provided by Seaport, which demonstrates that actual and future likely noise exposure will be in that range that I've mentioned, significantly less than the 65 dB plus, which can be produced within the ICB. So they're the two issues.
Yeah. And my question relates to the sequence of those two issues.
Right.
And we touched on that earlier, the chairman, and you had a discussion on that.
Yep.
And when I read this yesterday, came in yesterday afternoon, I wrote down these are the two key questions to be answered, and but should the order in which they asked be reversed? And just bear with me a moment, I'll explain my rationale for that, and that is given that the location of the inner control boundary will be determinant of effects, would it not be appropriate to try and land that issue first, and then that would lead to a logical assessment of the appropriateness of the zoning to deal with those effects relating to noise? Or does it not matter? Which do you tackle those matters?
I think
Because
weirdly it's an answer yes to both, because we say, regardless of the zoning, even if it was zoned port, there is no justification for the inner control boundary applying over the Seaport land. On the facts of this case, there's other zoned port land that also doesn't have the ICB. You don't. So we say there is no basis on which to put this ICB over this land as it happens, whatever the zoning is.
yes,
But you're also quite right. You know, that it's hard to separate them out, you see, but that is actually our view. There's no prospect of port activities taking place on this land, generating those noise levels. And you don't get to, because the test is not just about zoning, which I'm going to come to. The test ultimately is what's reasonable based on effects. And there's no modelling other than this unbelievably spurious port activity put on Seaport site that is generating noises beyond the 55 to 58. And it's not reasonable. And I can't even, it's not, that's why I said I was so shocked when I saw this, when I first started reading it. There's no possible basis for the port company to be allowed, in theory, to spill its effects, which is your word, Mr. I'm completely correct, to spill its effects right across the Seaport site, greater than 65, because the 65 would then be on the back of the site. So if it's 65 plus all the way across the site, not owned by the port, owned by Seaport, if you put the noise boundary there, plus you're putting incredible burden, that's the effects, is incredible burden of land use constraints on the Seaport side. Plus, that's where the inner control boundary is, then it pushes the outer control further back into the residential area. It's completely unjustified.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so
Just for some context, though, as to why I asked that question. Recently did a private plan change for rezoning. And
Yes.
in a sense, your submission is comparable to that, isn't it? It's seeking a rezoning of the site.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
So, what,
except you wouldn't have the ability to shift the boundary. Well,
No.
you should ask to do that.
No.
I suppose, yeah.
and so the two questions I asked at that forum was, firstly, is there any fundamental impediment to the rezoning occurring? And that might be things like, has an existence of hazard, existence of major capacity limitations, some natural features. So it's something that was such a red flag that it just wouldn't entertain the change of zoning. And once you've dealt with that first issue, then you move to a second issue is, well, no, there's not, but there are some issues, but and then how can the zoning framework or the provisions help mitigate those effects? So that's a two-phase attack. In this instance, the existence of potential noise effects, the question is, are they of such fundamental consideration as to include the rezoning, or are they capable of being mitigated through a method and rule package?
Actually, you don't have really, interesting in that, you don't have too much difficulty there, because the district plan, and it's not in challenge, there's no submission on this point, says that between the ICB and OCB, in terms of residential anyway, which is really the area of contest, residential may take place. There's no land use constraints preventing residential take place, so long
As an
it's
activity,
residential-
as an activity. It's different for buildings though, isn't it? Yes, in terms of rules. for that.
Right. Residential, there's no constraint under the land use rules against residential taking place in that band. The band between those two boundaries. So so it's really a matter of determining what do you think the noise environment realistically, reasonably is going to be.
Yes.
You know, and if the inner control boundary is at the front of that site, you don't sort of have to then, there's already rules in a plan dealing with what can happen.
I understand that, and that goes to the context I just gave you. So the question is, if the inner control boundary is landed, and it's either on the northern side or the southern side of your client's site, isn't that the answer for the next question is as to what the appropriate zoning should be?
Well,
I'm going to see these things simplistically.
it's not, it's just a factor then, isn't it? Okay. It's just a factor because that might then, you might then say, well, residential activities, there's not much point providing for residential activities in whatever zoning takes place on the site because the inner control boundary has those land use constraints which aren't in challenge. Seaport is not sought to challenge. They accept that.
I understand that
concept. You don't get residential inside in a control boundary. Now that's in the plan. They could have lodged a submission on it. They didn't. Rightly so. But it certainly wouldn't stop, other uses. So that doesn't answer the zoning. Really. It's all issues about the zoning.
I guess the final question then is, and it's the so what question, I guess, is if hypothetically, decision of this panel is that the inner control boundary is along the road, on the southern part of your site. Can a rezoning to mixed use live with that? I mean, is there any point in pursuing a rezoning under that scenario? And that goes to the sequence, really.
Well, it defeats the waterfront. It will defeat the waterfront development.
And I appreciate it's not your.
It will defeat the waterfront because they're mixed use. There's not too many waterfront developments that don't have people living in them to keep the thing, cafes going. Mr. Marlow was best to talk about that. It's live, work, play. That's what is the heart of successful waterfront projects. So that the cafes and the other things, it's a total environment. So this is not but.
That's my question.
Yeah, but it certainly will defeat the residential aspect of it, I think. Yeah, sure.
And so is that enough? Is that enough to, is that enough of an impediment to proceed with the rezoning then?
Well,
Because this is a question that the panel will have to ask themselves when they weigh up all the evidence.
Right.
And let's say, I'm not saying we're there, let's say we did come to the view that the inner control boundary is in the appropriate position in the notified plan.
yes,
Do we-
down
do we-
the south side.
So
Yeah.
do we then go on and consider the necessity for rezoning?
Yeah, you have to, because you've got a submission in front of you.
Yeah.
And you'd have to look at the light of that. I can't see how you can possibly zone it for port purposes because it's not going to be used for port purposes. There's no, at the end of the day, it's not part of the port. No port business wanted to buy it. It's owned by other people.
Yes.
And they will have to then deal with it as to how.
So the next carry of the ring might be the mixed use zone.
I mean, they'll have to look at it then, isn't it? But, yeah.
But I mean, what I'm
It
asking,
doesn't drive a port zone.
no, but what I'm asking is that a Clayton's mixed use zone then? In light of what the inner noise control boundary controls would stipulate? I mean, you're old enough to think, remember the Clayton's there?
Yeah, yeah.
The drink we're having, we're
Is
not
it-
drinking.
Well, it's obviously a poor one. You would have delivered a poor outcome for New Plymouth, sure. No doubt about that. Not saying I'm not saying it's not satisfactory, but it's a poor outcome. You deliver waterfront development without people.
It was just a sequential question. though,
It
Mr.
is, you're quite right.
And, you know, I mean,
That's why it's not.
we may not come to that. I'm just saying if we do come to that finding based on the evaluation of the evidence of these three accusations, how do we proceed?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, you are looking in the round because you are looking at the actors, but yes, I mean, it's certainly not determined of the zoning because we're saying port noise management should be on its merits, you know. There's no port activities that are driving that. And it's sort of unthinkable that some of them spill that amount of noise. Hey, help yourself to this land, spill as much as you like right back to there. And the land use constraints that flow. You know.
No, for the record, the position of yourself and Mr. Stiles is very clear about where the ICB should be. The position of Mr. Robinson is different. So we're going to, there's a contest there.
Yes, well, there is, that's right. On the position of the ICB, yep, okay, yep.
I'm glad we had that conversation
Yeah.
because I'd hate you to think, hate you to leave
Yeah,
thinking
I-
that we hadn't
I
understood
think
the
it's
issue.
coming back, it's not driven by the zone, there's a, you know, that's a factor, but it's not driven by that. And we're saying actually, there's no justification of port zoning or otherwise. Right. So the two factors we're clear on, the zoning and what's the issue today, and that's what Mr. Westby put up. And we say it's simple. The answer to the first is 5.3. It's neither appropriate nor is the most effective and efficient means of achieving the objectives for the site to remain. And the answer to the second is there's quite clearly no continuing rationale, including the SLC site within the ICB.
Sorry, Mr. Norman, I'm going to interrupt again, apologise. It comes back to my early question about what's objectives.
Yes, and ones that
Are they, you've said it's the strategic objectives. From a zoning point of view, is it the port objectives or is it the objectives of the MUZ?
can't be the objectives of the port zone because that's a whole debate you're having. So it's higher up than that.
Well,
I mean, there can be strategic objectives about the port.
yes.
For example, that would have to be. Can't be the objectives of the port zone because that may or may not apply. So, but again,
Is it the objectives of the MUZ though? Is it the objectives of the zone that you're asking?
well, if there are some that would help you decide the relevance of that zone.
Maybe it's a question of Ms. Hoover.
I can be, and I can say a bit of it. I think that's going to be more productive at the end of the day. This was one planner asking a question of another planner reading usually. Okay, right. So we explained that. I think I'm halfway through 5.4, wasn't I? Yes. The existence of the site within the ICB is a historical anachronism as a result of over-exuberant application of the port noise standard to land that was previously used for port purposes, but never had noise projection of anything like 65. The only appropriate response is to place the RV to the north, as we said. So the first of these issues is about the most appropriate zoning. We all know what's zoned now. And as you heard this morning from Mr. Wesley, who accepted that was the situation, the operational area is actually the one that contains the vast majority of the port's core operations. And it is pretty astonishing, as you picked up in your questions this morning. And even though that is all finished, the time they notified this plan, they still put it in there, you know, this operational area, and all the things to put it in. However, you will also hear tonight from Mr. Hawke that the aspirations and vision of the directors as landowners no longer aligns with the historical association of this piece of land with port activities and core port operations. It bought the land when it had become surplus to port-related needs, was not wanted or purchased for that purpose, and is ready and waiting for typical brownfield waterfront redevelopment. It submitted that the fact that the port is zoned for port purposes and the notified plan should attract little weight. That was that earlier point. The approach taken by SLC is to apply a blue sky thinking approach to potential uses to which the land could be bought. It's been informed by the results of stakeholder engagement undertaken by Warren and Marnie and by the company itself. And it's informed by research that you can hear more about that. And the result is set out there by Mr. Marler is the proposal for a comprehensive master plan and importantly co-designed mixed-use waterfront development. And the response by the council on Port Tankersley focus on three sub-issues, which is what we're going to work through now. The first is the alleged potential of development to give rise to reverse sensitivity effects on the efficient operation development of the port. The second is in relation to the potential for risk from hazardous substances. And the third, which is raised by the council reporting officers, is any potential impact on the council's centres hierarchy. But dealing with the first of those, reverse sensitivity, there doesn't seem to be a dispute about the law about reverse sensitivity, and you're familiar with it, and we set out the generally accepted definition. But it's worth unpacking that quote about reverse sensitivity into its constituent parts to identify the areas of dispute. SLC does not dispute the established nature of Port Taranaki, and any lawful permitted expansion to it under its current zoning is part of the existing environment against which this proposed rezoning has to be assessed. Nor does SLC dispute that the type of activities proposed includes some which could in principle be sensitive to some port activities. Apartment dwellers on the SLC could be regarded as sensitive, just as residents near the port on other neighbouring land could be similarly regarded. The first issue in dispute is whether in the context of the existing environment, the activities at Port Taranaki are or would likely cause an adverse environmental effect on the SLC site that cannot be addressed through appropriate mitigation measures. And that's really the point you were making back with it. Yep. The next issue of dispute is whether complaints in relation to such adverse environmental impacts would likely give rise to restrictions on Port Taranaki's operations or a requirement to mitigate its effects so as to not adversely affect the new activity to a degree that would make proposed sensitive uses inappropriate. Approaching the matter from first principles, the foundation of any reverse sensitivity investigation is the need to scrutinise the effects of the existing industry on the land at issue. That is the forward step which you have to undertake to get to the bottom of whether or not those effects are sufficiently adverse that they could generate a reverse reaction by the new sensitive activity through constraining the existing industry, such as to warrant not enabling the new use. And the evidence of SLC's expert witnesses in their different disciplines confirms that the adverse effects associated with the co-location of sensitive activities within sub-precincts B and C will be acceptable to residents, such that they are unlikely to give rise to adverse environmental effects. That's that forward effect. This is particularly so for noise effects on occupants within residential apartments and any potential visitor accommodation located in sub-precincts B and C. As Mr. Style notes in his evidence, and I particularly commend you to consider his additional supplementary evidence, which you won't have had time to read, I think, because that covers this very well. The noise standards imposed under the mixed-use zoning.
So just, are we receiving some more evidence from your witnesses?
Yes, because evidence was exchanged. We went first, and the port went second, so our people have now seen. So you'll want to see what to help you. They will say, well, we've seen that comment, but that's not quite right. So that you'll want the benefit of that. The port company got to see our residents, so I think you everything that's going up.
Sorry, stay here. We certainly, rebuttal evidence hasn't been a feature of these hearings, and certainly in the hearing process that I thought was all agreed with all the parties contributing. There's no provision or step that I can recall where rebuttal evidence served up on the day of the hearing is anticipated. Have you sought leave for that, Mr. Nolan?
No, that's certainly, I fully accepted that. Is what you would want, because you would want to understand. Look, you've seen what Mr. Fitzgerald said about your material, Mr. Stiles. What about this and what about that? So he's taken the time to
Yes.
To point these things out.
It is unusual that, have you actually looked at our hearing procedures for this hearing?
Yes.
And is there any provision for rebuttal evidence as a matter of course?
Anyway, this is on the memorandum. Given that Port Tap, this was the one that we,
Which
19 May memorandum. This was about the one setting out the order of it. We specifically put this in.
This is your memorandum.
Number 9. It's our memorandum, 19 May.
19 May, yes.
And if you could refer to paragraph 9, given that Port, because normally it's an equal exchange, given that Port Taranaki and the council will find expert evidence after having had the benefit of seeing SLC's evidence, SLC reserves the right, as indicated in its earlier memorandum, to provide reply response to expert evidence at the hearing in the usual way. Likewise, Port Taranaki reserves the right to reply response. So that's because we had agreed, instead of the normal order,
Yes,
we would go first. So then they got the benefit of the scheme.
Yes.
So we would not have agreed to that exchange other than on that basis. And they had prepared, it's in writing for you. Brief responses. The only one that's not been elected, but it's only because it's, for example, dealing with the very thing that Ms. Shepherd has raised about the certification. You've heard them say, look, so that's in response material coming.
Yes.
She's provided the controls again. So that was the whole basis of us going ahead with the unequal exchange. We went first.
Okay, but that's not the evidence exchange that was set out in our hearing.
That was being surely the basis, because that was the basis that was put forward.
Okay, well, there's two issues.
Yeah.
One is, well, firstly, we do want to hear the evidence. So we do want to hear from the experts.
Yes.
And we want to, certainly that's our role. We're here to hear and listen and take good advice on the issue. So there's no question about us not wanting to hear expertise. But the first issue really is that I would have thought that when the evidence exchange was sort of organised amongst the parties, we might have seen a rebuttal provision, and that might have been a you've just blindsided me, because that's the first issue. The second issue is that we've been reading for quite a few days all this evidence. We're turning up today, and there might be some more evidence which we haven't seen, and we need to have time to look at the answer question.
They were going to, quite short, they were going to read it, of course. So
Yes.
You couldn't have read it yourself.
Yes. Okay, well, look, on my first premise that we do want to hear all the evidence and expert views, does Mr. Slyfield or the council have any problems with rebuttal evidence coming in through the process?
2 comments, Mr. Chair. I haven't seen the rebuttal either, so in that respect, I can't comment. But just in terms of the natural justice of the matter, I don't think there is anything untoward about that process. It seems to me that when Mr. Nolan was calling his witnesses, he would have asked them, what's your view, having heard Mr. Stiles' case, what's your view, having seen Mr. Fitzgerald's evidence, and he would have verbalised that. It's probably an advantage for you.
Have it written
and
down.
for the court,
Yes.
that that's in writing.
Okay. Look, I think thinking through the issues, that seems to be fair and appropriate. It's just we weren't anticipating some more more documents today, but,
The only rider to that, sir, is possibly that, just depending on volume,
yes,
whether there is, at some point you have to say, that's the end of the evidence.
yes,
You know, Port Taranaki's response on the response,
Yes.
it starts to get a bit ridiculous, but you'd expect that if Mr. Stiles is going first, for example,
yes,
when we get to Mr. Fitzgerald, if Mr. Stiles has presented rebuttal,
yes,
Mr. Fitzgerald will potentially identify any remaining area of disagreement he has with the position expressed by Mr. Stiles.
then that would just go on forever, wouldn't it? Eventually.
I suspect that the areas of disagreement are already pretty well defined.
Yes.
So I don't think.
Okay, look, I'm all about having a fair hearing. Notice would have been appreciated. The council have any views on this?
Mr. Slyfield
Yeah,
said, in
that
terms of
seems-
having
that
the
seems
document
appropriate.
itself, I expected we would have heard in verbal
Yes.
evidence.
So the fact was written down, and certainly thinking about Mr. Fitzgerald's proposition with the new noise activities on the site. You know, as an example, it's appropriate to be able to.
My sense is you're going to find it very helpful, and I think that Mr. Cypher is right. You know, it will narrow it. I will respond to a lot of probably tedious questions you would have had to ask because you would have seen the issue. So they tried to narrow it down.
Yes.
It responds to things that the council have raised. So it is reducing things down. I mean, you've seen it, I'm pretty sure you haven't. I think it's going to be an assistance here because it's for either addressing them, we agree with that. It's dealt with the issue raised by Te Awa,
Yes.
or it's certainly crystallising the remaining issue to you.
Now, look, on the basis that we do want to hear and see the best evidence,
Yeah.
that's fair enough. We'll take it up on board and we'll see how.
Right. So sorry
how
about
we
that.
get to. Okay,
Confusion.
thank you. So we keep interrupting you.
Yeah,
Sorry,
fine.
let's,
Right, I think I was 6:15.
Yes.
Oh, yes, that's right, because that's when I referred to Mr. Stiles, supplementary evidence, yeah.
yes.
So the point here is we've got these precincts, the potential for noise for occupants within those precincts B and C. This is a question of whether having residents there and noise comes from the port, whether that's likely to injure environment. What is the degree of adverse environmental effects on people in the new precincts? And of course, the residential, which is the sensitive people, would be in B and C. And as Mr. Style notes in his evidence, and I was alluding to his supplementary there, the noise standards imposed under the mixed use zone, because the existing mixed use zone has a whole lot of controls in there, will require attenuation of noise, both from within the proposed zone and further afield, including from the port, to a much lower standard than is required under land use controls. So what I'm trying to say there is the land use controls that are in the plan, which no one's objected to, if you're in between the ICB and OCB, requires acoustic insulation. But the mixed use zoning is even tighter controls, and therefore the residents are protected under mixed use zone, even to a greater degree than it would be if they were in the just like a residential area.
So when you say to a much lower standard,
I mean, it's going to be quieter inside.
yeah, that's
Lower noise.
that's akin to what you've just said in terms of quieter standards.
Great.
I had read
Yeah.
that the other way. And that's why I had a question mark.
So it's a better quality environment, if you like, therefore less effects on them
In the mixed use zone.
in the mixed use zone, because it has additional controls. And Mr. Stiles goes, we're going to give a very good example in relation to Wynyard Quarter, how that sort of stacks up. Very good mitigation. You raised that point about effects. Well, we look at what are the effects once mitigation's in place, and the answer is for acoustic, they're very high. The result, this is where we get on to 616. The result will be an internal noise environment that's quieter than other residential zones surrounding land, which will be exposed to the same or similar degree of noise from the port, from nearby industrial activities and road and rail traffic, without the requirement to acoustically insulate in the same manner or at all in some cases. To the extent that the proposed standards for the SLC site cannot be met with open windows and natural ventilation, the standards require that mechanical ventilation be provided so that residents can remain comfortable with windows closed. And in these circumstances, it's simply not logical nor rational to argue that this particular site would experience unacceptable adverse noise effects when it will be in a much better protected and mitigated environment. The same applies to the consideration of odour and dust effects. Ms. Simpson has reviewed the design of the proposed sub-precincts and has commented that while parts of sub-precinct B will be within the recommended separation distance between storage at PKE at the Craig Morgate store, residential activities, the changed sensitivity of the receiving environment will be modest. She then goes on to consider proposed mitigation measures, including a number of the same controls proposed in relation to noise issues, and confirms that in her view, the adverse effects of port activity from an air quality perspective are likely to be acceptable, such that the risk of any reverse sensitive effects on port operations is sufficiently low. Ms. Hooper has also addressed how concerns regarding lighting raised by Port Taranaki, although not supported by any technical expert evidence of their own, can be addressed through design measures, according to preference of individual owners. Ms. Hooper has reviewed the evidence provided by SLC's expert witnesses, and she concludes that the adverse effects from neighbouring port activities are likely to be acceptable to residents and therefore not so adverse as to give rise to complaints. In terms of the port's evidence provided by Taranaki, and particularly the evidence of Ms. Carter and Ms. Fitzgerald, they take a distinctly different approach. The focus of the evidence of the port appears to assume an adverse environmental impact under the third step of 4 set out above, and to an increased risk of complaints, which in turn would likely lead to restrictions on the port. But the port's case on this issue largely boils down to pure speculation and assertion. Nowhere in the evidence provided by Ms. Carter or Ms. Fitzgerald has there been any attempt to quantify the potential increase in the number of complaints that the port might receive as a result of the proposed rezoning, bearing in mind the site is proposed to be beyond the ICB and with the additional layers of mitigation proposed, qualify the nature of those complaints by reference to whether or not they are likely to be considered by the District Council or dismissed, and or quantify and or qualify how the introduction of new sensitive uses may require the port to restrict its operations or mitigate its effects. The high point of the evidence of Port Taranaki is that the port will be a good neighbour, wishes to uphold its obligations in the under RMA, and will seek to address any issues arising from complaints from new residential neighbours and its time and cost, and also potentially opportunities. A number of points can be made in response. First, seeking to address issues as a good neighbour is not evidence of a reverse sensitivity effect. Secondly, no attempt has been made to identify what opportunities the port may seek to forego with its good neighbour approach because of any new development on the SLC side. And thirdly, to the extent that the port has to address complaints were any to ever arise at its time and cost, but without any evidence of an adverse restriction, that is simply the cost of operating a business. It emits noise, dust, smoke and odour. It's not evidence of a reverse sensitivity effect as defined. Both Ms. Carter and Mr. Wesney refer to the potential for complaints from lawful activity to result in a sustained erosion of the ability of an activity to operate or expand operations. However, that bold assertion needs to be treated with a dose of reality. First, it ignores the acoustic and other mitigation measures that will be applied. Secondly, as Ms. Hooper and Mr. Stiles note, people who will move into the motor area will be aware of the port and will have a different expectation in terms of the local environment than someone who purchased land in an established residential or even greenfield environment. No evidence has been provided by the port or council to support that position, either within New Plymouth or elsewhere. And the surprising statements by Ms. Carter that reverse sensitivity is behind the debate over the shift of Port of Auckland, rather than lack of capacity to expand its present location to meet future demand, demonstrates that the port's position is entirely divorced from reality. And Mr. Nala covers that, but having been Port of Auckland's lawyer for 35 years, 35 years, it's got nothing to do with complaints about reverse sensitivity. It's all about the port being able to grow and build more berthage and have capacity in the years ahead. It won't be able to do that sufficiently in its current location in the inner Waitemata Harbour. So well, at some point in the future, it's known that it would have to move. So there's an agitation, but well, let's get on with it now than later. It's all about capacity. No complaint covenants. As a further mitigation measure, SLC is also prepared to offer up no complaint covenants to further address any concern that complaints may arise. The port's position is no complaint covenants do not prevent complaints and are therefore ineffective. SLC's position, I said above, is that the effects of the port on activities on SLC will not be sufficiently adverse for all the reasons explained above and in expert evidence as to result in complaints that may have the potential to constrain port activity. So it's very important. We're not saying there's any need for these covenants because for that reason, that proposition, which is what I've covered earlier. However, as outlined in Ms. Hooper's evidence, they are offered as a belts and braces approach to address any residual concerns about residents' perceptions of adverse effects and the potential impact they may have. That is an entirely appropriate use of no complaint covenants. SLC, as is prepared to offer them up. Some do, some don't, but SLC is prepared to. They provide a clear signal to potential purchasers as to the anticipated environment and the restriction on their rights to complain. But while not necessary, they ought to provide you as commissioners with even further comfort that any residual risk of reverse sensitivity effects on port operations is appropriate for to mitigate. And it is surprising that the court contends that such covenants are not effective. For example, they are, to the contrary, widely regarded as successful in the case of the many residential apartments opposite the commercial port in the Port of Auckland. As mentioned in Mr. Marler's reply evidence, they've become a permitted activity standard under the Auckland Unitary Plan for residential use in this location. If I could just explain there, as I've said, I've been Portsmouth's lawyer for 35 years and was involved in all of this. So the apartments right across the sort of frontage of the port, like behind the port. And in the early days, they needed resource consents. And so the ports participated and sought with Mr. Day from Master Day assisting to get, well, that's fine, as long as you acoustic insulate and no complaint covenants. And then the unitary plan came up. And we then lodged submissions and evidence that they can go ahead as permitted activities with acoustic insulation with covenants, because they have found covenants, and there's scores of these covenants over that land, very successful. And so what the unitary plan now does, you can build apartments in this area. There's acoustic, very detailed, provided by Marshall Day, acoustic rules. In addition, it can be a permitted activity if you do that, plus enter into a no complaint covenant with Port of Auckland. If you don't want to do that, like any other rules, you don't want to breach the height, or you want to breach something else, and you want to breach the rule that requires you to have, I guess, acoustic insulation, but also the no complaint covenants, you can lodge a resource consent, and the rules say it will be served on Port of Auckland so they can participate. So the point of all that story is they've been super successful, and so much so that we've now written it into the plan. So I don't know where it's contended by Port of Taranaki or this council that they're not a success.
Mr. Nolan, are you telling us that that was all done by agreement over the years, or I'm pretty sure there was some environment court and other interventions that worked through all those issues? It wasn't all happy families from the start, was it?
Going back many years, because they had to get resource consent in the early days on the railway land at the back and so on, Port of Auckland lodged submission, said very concerned about it, and it was resolved that would go ahead with, that's how each of those cases are resolved ultimately, and then it's become in the plan. And so much so that it's become a permitted activity in the plan. The point of the story is a covenant was seen as an extra, as an extra. So and so they're a useful mechanism. They offer it up here as a useful mechanism that this landowner is willing to provide. I'm not sure why a council would say, well, that's good. Well, if the landowner's willing to do it and it's an established technique, happy to have it. That's the point of the story.
Is there any law on the use of effectiveness that we?
Well, it's a contractual thing which one can enforce. The point why you can't say it's not enforced is they work by omission in a sense. They don't get any, they're not being complaints. So it's one of those things. It's the other way around, isn't it? How do you know whether it's been assessed because of so few complaints? Do you see what I mean? It's just another mechanism. There's nothing new about these. They've been around for many, many years. And I've acted for Auckland Airport for 25 years, and in New Zealand, all around the country. And often participated in these things as an extra. So they are successful in practice, and it seems a useful extra for us, even though on the noise levels, because because it's not required, because the noise levels are such that your plan already says you can have residential on there. It's not required for dust and hazardous substance. It's an extra. If you don't want the extra, well, you don't have to have it. It has been offered. That's the point. And to the extent that the independent hearing panel that did the orphanage plan was headed up by Judge Kirkpatrick. I mean, ultimately, they put it in the plan. So
I'm aware of that.
yeah. So it's a useful tool if you wish to have it.
Thank you. Let's carry on.
Okay. So conclusion on reverse sensitivity. Westmont suggested potential reverse sensitivity effects of the SLC proposal lack foundation and certainly are not such to warrant the SLC site remaining zone port in the future. Proposed provisions in the precinct are an appropriate, efficient and effective means of addressing any potential for reverse sensitive effects. I'll probably work quite quickly through this on the hazardous facilities, because this was another matter that was raised. The risk of sensitive activities from hazardous facilities nearby has been the subject of a detailed review by Mr. Van der Markov. He's confirmed that the risk is acceptable in relation to risks from the offshore activities, from off-site activities at the port as a result of separation distances, and in relation to risks from the existing TPC5 well site on the site through the proposed provision, which through non-compliant activity status will effectively see proper capping and abandonment, as well as certification prior to any sensitive uses. He's also found that including sensitive uses on site will not constrain the future development of those off-site hazardous facilities any more than existing residential activities nearby, which are closer to those facilities and are therefore more likely to limit any future expansion than residential activity. So there are other residential areas further along that are closer, so that's another factor he's considered. And we note that his evidence is supported by Ms. Shepherd, subject to 2 points regarding the process certified, and Ms. Hooper has responded to Ms. Shepherd and is bringing forward those amendments to deal with the point she's raised. Port Taranaki has not provided expert evidence on risk issues. Mr. Markov will respond to Ms. Carter's concerns regarding risk posed by the Nodding Neddy, the yacht club, and that was subject to an earlier hearing and the risk profile, and she covered that. He's considered Ms. Carter's suggested extension of non-compliant activities to subpassing B in the advance of the capping of the well on the site, and concluded, based on his experience, the likely risk content associated with that is unlikely to extend beyond 50 metres, so it's wholly contained in C. So in summary, we submit that you can have faith in the technical expert evidence on hazardous matters and should prefer that to the evidence of Ms. Carter and Mr. Rezoning. And the last of those three issues then was about the sub-issues about the zoning. This is about the zoning, is on the centres hierarchy. Impact on the centres hierarchy addressed in the evidence of Mr. Marler and Ms. Hooper. Ms. Hooper summarises her response at paragraphs 153 to 169, so just drawing your attention to those paragraphs when you come to consider it. In her view, the addition of commercial office development as part of the mix of uses on the site would have a limited effect on the commercial space within the CBD. He provides those figures there, that's in those paragraphs. And 640, just trying to skip through some of this, long term over the next 30 years, development will provide for just 10 to 11% of all commercial growth forecasts in reports prepared by the District Council. Proposed commercial use will not detract from the existing centres, nor attract businesses from the centres to the precinct, because it's likely to be additive and provide a different offering to these centres. Mr. Marler's view is that the marine setting of the SLC will attract sorts of clients who have no need nor desire to locate within the CBD. It's certainly inappropriate to compare the offering at the SLC site with the proposed sub-regional centre at Blue Haven as the district reporting officer. That was a bit extraordinary comment. What is proposed here is not a sub-regional centre, but a mixed-use waterfront development. The two are not even comparable, and nor are their effects. I just want to add here.
Mr. Nolan, you're being pretty strong on that in terms of no effects. What economic evidence are you providing in relation to that? Because we've heard reverse in other hearings from economists. And I need a signal to you that you have put an economist up who doesn't deal with these economic effects in terms of this particular. Mr. James?
Yeah, he wasn't asked to.
Yeah, but.
I was about to invite you because the allegation that will be these effects, the
Yes.
allegation
Yes,
has come from Mr. Wesley.
yes,
Mr. Wesley is not an economist. He has drawn those conclusions. As he has interpreted the report, this is what I was about to add. He has drawn that as a non-economist from the report by the council's economist, Mr. Tim Heath, who prepared a report. Now, unlike, and this is something we feel quite strongly about, I mean, raise this allegation, unlike bringing on Mr. Lloyd or Ms. Shepherd to deal with these specialist areas, where do you see Mr. Heath here? And we were going to say to you, if you have any residual doubts on this one, we invite you to get a memorandum from Mr. Heath, whose report it is that Mr. Wesley purports to rely on and draw upon. Mr. Heath has not provided anything on this proposal. He's done a general report.
yes.
And we would invite you, if you have concerns, because it hasn't been given to you, it's been an allegation, so we're responding to an allegation by Mr. Wesley that there was an impact on the centres. We don't accept that given the amount involved. And if you have a concern about that, when it's Mr. Wesley who raised it, then we think you should hear from the council's reporter, the person who's written the report that's been relied on, and seek a memorandum from him.
So Mr. Nolan,
Yeah.
I'll certainly take that on board,
Okay.
but you as counsel, as an advocate, are saying that these two not comparable, nor are their effects. What evidence are you relying on your case that the effects on the central city zone from more retail in your property
Yes.
is acceptable to us?
2 points, the 2 points I've mentioned. Firstly, the evidence of Mr. Marler, who has the experience of waterfront projects and the nature of them.
Is Mr. Marler an economist?
It's not about that economy. It's the nature, well, it's not all about that, sir, with respect. It is the nature of retail that goes in waterfront development. So that's Mr. Marler's actual experience.
Yes.
Secondly, in terms of the percentage of the 10 to 11, which is Ms. Hooper's experience, an experienced planner.
Yes.
10%. So they are our two response to that.
Yes.
Plus, since it was an allegation he made on Mr. Wesley, Mr. Heath is the one who's written this report. We would expect if Mr. Wesley was going to say to you, look, there's a problem here, as I read Mr. Heath's report, which doesn't actually look at the site, but that's how I read it, then we think you should. So, well, you're the one who raised it, Mr. Wesley, based supposedly on Mr. Heath's report. Let's hear from Mr. Heath. You heard from Mr. Lloyd, you heard from Mr. Shepherd. Yes, what concerns that have been raised, but he hasn't.
With respect to you, Mr. Nolan,
Yes.
you need to prove your case to us. I'm signaling to you that you have not provided any any evidence on this particular matter in terms of effects. And this goes right back to the strategic objectives. And we have to consider as part of our decision making. It's totally up to you whether you bring evidence. You haven't. I'm just signaling that you have a witness with expertise in this area who you've chosen not to get advice from.
That's the step. That is not correct. You hired Mr. He is an expert in report evidence, not a retail expert.
I'll ask him. I've had a look at his.
We have not asked him to do that, because we did not. That was
Yes,
not his brief.
yes, but okay. Well, this comes to. Yeah, I'll just leave it there.
Okay.
We are. This is a key issue for us, and it certainly strikes right at the heart of the centre's hierarchy and the strategic objectives. We have evidence on this in relation to other sites. We have not got any evidence in relation to the effects of this retail in terms of the your proposition which you're advancing.
You do not have evidence from us, from an economist. You have evidence from us from an experienced planner, and you have evidence from us from New Zealand's leading, arguably, waterfront placement. So you do have evidence. You do not have evidence from an economist, to the extent that economists might be
All right, so that will weigh to our decision making.
Certainly,
Yes, thank you.
and I have invited you for the record, seek advice from Mr. Heath on this report, and I'm placing that on record because the reason he should have made him available to you, he was drawing on his report. And you have to be set up for section 62 as well, and that's been raised, relying on a report that where is Mr. Heath?
Just don't point at people.
No, I don't want to, but generically,
It's not necessary.
it's surprised, we are surprised that he wasn't brought in. I don't understand Mr. Wesley drawing upon it, but he's drawn on advice from other people and they've been brought along. You see what I mean? That's the distinction. Mr. Heath, not here, we would have thought he would be here, so to speak.
Okay, I'll ask Mr. James some
And I'm
questions about it.
sure he provides you with a memorandum, to say whether he agrees with Mr. Wesley's use of his report in the manner he has. That's the issue.
All right, well, that's on the table and we'll hear from Mr. Weasley in terms of right or reply, whether he suggests that might help to us.
Well, I think you need to make a decision, sir, because yeah, I think you need to make a decision.
Okay, so I'll come back to the point that your client and you are promoting a retail activity. It's not,
Yes.
it's constrained, but it will have some effect on the city centre zone in terms of an effect. Are you saying that there's no effect there from additional retail?
Saying it's modest at 10 to 11%, you know, if you look over the period, because these work take a while, don't happen overnight. No, they're incremental.
10 to 11% off the
Growth forecasts.
growth forecast
Yes.
would be accommodated on your site and not in the central city.
But it's equivalent to that. But as Mr. Marler points out in his evidence, the reality of waterfront developments, they tend to be additive. They tend to be people who would not have gone in the centre. The practice, which I think you have to wait to, the practice of how these things happen, business that aren't in the city centre, they're additive. They go in the waterfront there, a market will set up, or, you know, because it's a waterfront market, retail market. That's very typical for waterfront projects and things of that sort. So they become additive when you go to these anywhere around the world. You know, they are quite unique sort of setups, and so they're addition, like the Matakana market out of Auckland. You know,
As an advocate, I think you've made your point. I'll ask some questions of your witnesses.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. So on the conclusion of proposed rezoning, in summary, none of the reasons raised by submitters and the reporting office, in our view, warrant declining the proposed rezoning request. We say all the evidence points in the opposite direction, namely there's an exciting prospect for the city of New Plymouth and for the people of Taranaki to have a successful waterfront mixed-use development in the city. For Mount Whenua to reconnect with the land and be involved through the co-design master plan process, and for local residents in the Motoroa area. Proposed rezoning is the most appropriate, efficient and effective means of giving effect to the objectives of the PPP. A continuation of defunct port zoning is not. So the other issue is the location of the port ICB. Time. Just way of introductory comments, inclusion of Mr. Stiles and Mr. Lloyd, both senior and highly experienced experts, is that based on historical and current modelling, project location is the northern boundary. Mr. Lloyd considers the port's inclusion of a future noise source on the land is somewhat unrealistic, and if removed, appears to support shifting the ICB to the northern side. And Mr. Fitzgerald is a solid acoustic witness who disagrees. Where's Ms. Carter take the view that the land would remain port zoned, then it should remain within the ICB. However, as Mr. Stiles and Ms. Hooper explained in their evidence, that approach is a result of slavish adherence to a single clause in the relevant port noise standard, and is not even the correct approach to the interpretation of that standard, and we'll be coming back to that. In addition, the standard is only a guide to the information of port noise contours, and the final decision of the location is subject to the usual tests, and pick that up, Mr. Chair. When the matter is viewed holistically, taking all factors on account, as SLC's witnesses have done, there is only one correct answer in my submission, and that's the land should not be within the ICB. Now,
Perhaps you could paraphrase the next few sections because we've got all this in the evidence.
Yeah.
So are there any particular legal or efficacy points? you
Well,
want to make?
I wanted to just pick here, this one, the point, Mr. Sligo has a heading. In his submissions, any past area regarding the ICB is irrelevant. And this is what this section was going to go on to deal with history. I just want to respond to that and say, well, it is relevant for two reasons. Firstly, the notified is picked up by Mr. McMahon. The notified plan is based on that old, because they didn't redo it. Extraordinary, they weren't asked to redo it. They just rolled over the old one. So the foundation, our submission actually against the ICB, which is the old ICB. So that is the basis of the notified plan. And therefore why it has to be examined. And then secondly, Mr. Fitzgerald undertook work later, but that was looking back at the old material. He did a review of the old material. So they're both connected in that sense. But one's a foundation of the other, or you could describe it's unacceptable new work in a sense that's been challenged, which is based on unacceptable old work. And I'll go on to explain that. But they are connected, and that's why one looks at the start. And that's what that section there. We're picking up the point in 7.6 there, that when you look at the noise projections back then, they were nowhere near the Seaport site. 65 was a long, long way above. Remember those purple splotches in that work that Mr. David, miles away from the Seaport site. And then 7.7, Mr. James pointed out that the growth projections on which those splotches were based, that was the modelling of the growth projections, that growth never occurred. And that's why the old ICB, which was wrong, on multiple grounds. So there's concerns over that. And that's why you see at the bottom of that page, it is a historical anachronism. There wasn't any acoustic justification for those reasons. Growth figures are wrong and the noise is nowhere near the Seaport site. So that's that point. On page 19, we're talking about the current and future noise environment. And 7.9, the fact that it would be 55, 58. Mr. Stiles, you're going to be hearing from, has worked his way through Mr. Fitzgerald's work. And the most glaring of these errors, and this is this issue of this breach stacker that's been put on the site that we had a bit of discussion on this morning. And there's also a proposed container lift that's not there now on some land further on the way, not on port land, but as Mr. Hawke would say, there's absolutely no intention on the part of the SLC to undertake port activities on the SLC site. Mr. Fitzgerald has put them on because I guess he's been directed to, supposedly reasonably likely future port. But we say that's entirely inappropriate, where the port doesn't own the land, cannot therefore control what uses are taking place, and where the land is saying in no uncertain terms they'll not seek to introduce such uses. Fanciful point that Mr. Lloyd also appears to agree with and questions. So they're nothing more than a device put forward to try and somehow shore up the ICB being on this land. That covers that. 7.12, just I think we've covered that already, that if you are in that 55 to 58, which would apply, but for that peculiar for the machinery, then you're in the OCB area. We then have a section on the relevance of the port noise standard. This becomes quite important in the sense that I can probably paraphrase this. First, you know perfectly well that noise standards are a recommendation, a guide. Secondly, and I'm sort of flicking through now to sort of page 2021, Mr. Slightly spends pages on analysing an aspect, because Mr. Fitzgerald has put so much weight on an aspect of the plan that says, you look at where, it doesn't actually use the word zone, but we all agree that's what it's referring to. You might zone land for port, you look at that as a factor. But we make the point there, under reading the point noise standard context, that there are a whole lot of other provisions in the standard that you also take into account. That's only one aspect. Where the current predicted future noise is above a desirable limit. Well, it's not above a desirable limit, 55 to 58, which is perfectly acceptable for an OCB. And there's all sorts of provisions in there which is additional to those that I've mentioned there, 6.22, you might make a note of. That talks about the intention set boundaries, identifying reasonable likely port development. Well, there's no reasonable likely port development on the SLC site. You should look at the definition of port in the standard. That's an area of land intended to be used for port-related purposes. But this site is not intended to be used for port-related services. So even when you look at the standard in the whole, it would not lead you to the conclusion that the ICV should be on this land. And so, through those broader factors. So note here, I've just got a note here about another comment Mr. Slyfield's made. I don't think I need to probably cover that sufficiently. We'll see.
Mr. Nolan, sorry, I didn't get down. 6.2.2, did you say for the standard about reasonable, likely?
Oh,
I just
when you go through, okay, I'll give you the numbers, 6.22 and the definition of port. And on top of those ones I've mentioned, but the thrust of it is simply the standard itself has a whole range of issues that you look at.
Yes.
Secondly, and even you then come back and Mr. Slyfield is critical of that. We talk about the land that might be used for support purposes, something like that. It's all about the zoning you said. No, it's not, because of these wider criteria. Plus, you're looking, as you picked up, Mr. Chair, this morning, you're looking at section 32, what's appropriate, what's reasonable in the RMA. And that's why a lot of Mr. Stiles' evidence and others is looking at what's likely to happen on this land. What support things might take place, because you're having to work out what's reasonable or appropriate. It's not just about zoning. So what the land might be zoned is only one, and we've said you actually in this case doesn't have what it's zoned. There's no justification for the ICB either way. I think that covers that area. So we get to the most appropriate location, which we say is the northern end of the site. The reasons we give there in 728. And nearly finished now. It is the 729. It is a very sort of protectionist behaviour that is putting the ICB on right across our land on the south side of the SLC site that the RMA was enacted to overcome by enabling people to provide their own economic, social, and well-being. It's not in accordance with good planning practice, principles of fairness and equity, or indeed the good neighbour standard that the port seeks to hold itself to. The port's approach by single-minded continuing to assert that noise levels at or near the ICB have not changed, and that despite the change in land ownership, a land should be retained in the port zoning and therefore continue to fall within the ICB as all hallmarks of a land grab. We then worked through 730, chose not to buy the land, none of its businesses bought the land. It's even, and this covered in this last half of 730, that suggested, well, even if it fell within the ICB and OCB, Mr. Fitzgerald says, well, I don't think housing should be allowed there. But that's the plan contemplates that. And so does the standard, the port noise standard, that if you're in the ICB and OCB area, residential is acceptable.
Sorry, just
a point to submit against that.
I understand that. I just want to make sure I've got it right because it's important. And I just want to ask Mr. Wesney a question, if you don't mind. Mr. Wesney, in the area between the ICB and the OCB, what I'm hearing is that residential activity is not controlled, but is residential buildings, housing, residential activity, are they controlled to the extent that there are standards on insulation?
Not any noise sensitive activity, which includes residential, as a noise insulation requirement.
Yes. Okay, so that's the difference between planning standards differentiate between rules on activities and rules on form. And that's really the difference between activity rules and effect standards, isn't it? Yes. So, okay. So it's not that there's an absence of control on residential use. It's the control is focused on the structures that will house that use to make sure that they're insulated appropriately. Is that correct? Yes.
For example, is the building, which may change use.
Yes.
Voice sensitive activity. That building would need to be graded or would need to comply with those
The building as a whole or just habitable components?
noise sensitive rooms.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr.
Yeah,
Noel, I
that-
didn't want to interrupt.
The rule, the land use constraint in there is aimed at the building. Yes. The residential, I think that's the best right, the sensitive activity, the building. Yeah.
So it's not a lacuna in that sense. There is some controls. It's just not on the activity per se.
Right, so saying 731, the port is singling out SLC in an attempt to secure effectively what did not occur through the tender and open market process, which is a continued sterilisation of the land which now sits in private hands for non-existent port activities. It is behaving unfairly and unreasonably, and the ICB should clearly be along SLC's northern boundary. The normal unchallenged rules applying to land uses within the ICB and OCB should also apply, which is what we've just been discussing. So, conclusion there, you've got that choice that we referred to. I need to repeat that. 8.4, also to remove the ICB off this land. I think that's all we covered, and I was scoping. So that's all I have to say. Are there any additional questions that we haven't covered on the way through?
No, I think we've had a fair go at that, and probably time to bring forward your witnesses, Mr. Noel.
Sure. So the first one will be the corporate witness. So yes. I just have to pass the microphone over.
Oh, is there a written statement?
Oh, yes, sorry. And Mr. Hawke won't be reading all of this, but it's there for you for the record, so to speak. What parts he's going to touch on, and parts that you'll just leave there. This is not a forum Mr. Hawke has been in before, unlike many other people here, so I understand that.
We'll be gentle.
Please do.
Well,
Thank you. My full name is Benjamin Charles Hawke, but just call me Ben today.
Yep.
Thank you. I'm a director of Seaport Land Company, SLC, and I'm authorised to give evidence on its part. The other directors are Russell Nagel and my father, Rocky Hawke. I'm also a shareholder in SLC through Lucro Developments Limited, through a trust. Paul Higginson is the other shareholder. Members of my family have lived in Taranaki since 1997. They moved to New Plymouth from the Malin2. My father, Rocky, owns a building company and focused on the construction of predominantly large-scale rotary dairy sheds for PKW. Landcorp and local farmers. In approximately 2006, CoDesign purchased the local GJ Gardner franchise, Taranaki, bringing another offering of value-based home building to New Plymouth and the Taranaki region. I worked alongside my dad throughout these years, and in 2011 completed my building apprenticeship, always with a view taking over the business as I saw the potential and growth and development area. 2016, I purchased CoDesign as well as the GJ Gardner franchise with my business partner Rod Roebuck, role of both companies as managing director. We have a long and proud history of sponsorship and investment in Taranaki. Our local GJ Gardner franchise has partnered with the Taranaki Foundation to form the GJ Gardner Taranaki Homes Fund. Through the fund, we have supported the Special Children's Extravaganza, the Heart Kids Foundation, also being one of the biggest fundraisers for the Taranaki Cancer Society in recent times, as well as others, the Women's Refuge Operatic Society, as well as numerous schools and individuals throughout the region. We have been involved in 7 very successful residential land developments, which have enabled people to live in warm, dry, healthy homes at affordable prices. Together with my father, Russell and Paul, we formed SLC in May 2018 for the specific purpose of purchasing the former Fonterra cool stores at 20 Hakarau Street, Matarai, Plymouth. In paragraph 2.2, I set out some background of the former cool stores site. 2.3, Fonterra put the property on the market in July 2017. Changes to the economic conditions and a shift towards powdered dairy products for export. The cool stores no longer required Fonterra's operations. The site was surplus to requirements. The property was subject to a full public marketing campaign, initially by tender, and was well known to be for sale. An article in the press in June 2017 identifies the potential for the site for redevelopment to mixed-use opportunity for New Plymouth.
Presumably that's the Christchurch press.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Marketed nationally.
It did, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sure did.
Ben, I presume, and Derek, will we getting a copy of this? So there's a link there we can plug on when, just in terms of, it will come to Christine?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
Rocky, myself, Russell and Paul undertook due diligence on the proposed purchase in the latter of 2017. As part of that due diligence, SLC met with Ngāti Te Whiti, Hapu, and Ngāti Te Whiti Whenua Tolpo Trust, as well as representatives of Te Atiawa, consulting with them in relation to the idea of a vibrant mixed-use environment on the site. Their response was positive, which gave us the encouragement we needed to progress the purchase. We did not put an offer in until April 2018. The site did not become unconditional until September 2018, with a settlement occurring in October 18. So many months after it was offered for sale. During that extensive period, either Port Taranaki or any port business had taken up the opportunity to purchase the land for purposes.
Ben, I want to ask you a couple of questions about that due diligence period. It's certainly great that you got in touch with mana whenua and the hapu in terms of their aspirations. But did you seek legal and planning due diligence advice about the site, particularly? And the reason we're asking this is around the time the draft district plan was floating around, the proposed plan was looking to be notified. I'm really just thinking what information you had with the eyes open coming into your purchase.
Yeah, thank you for asking that question, because I didn't really put it down here. It wasn't until the directors we had walking in here had a discussion, as well as in our due diligence. We walked into this very building and had a meeting with Neil Holdham,
yes,
as well as head planner at that time, looking at what we were doing. That was just a verbal meeting at that stage, but we came out of that feeling relatively positive. Following that, talking with other people, councillors that had started to hear about it, they said it was practically a Mexican wave throughout the entire planning, saying this is a great idea.
Yeah, the problem with that, and I'll Mr. Marler about his evidence to us about what other people have said, which is really sort of hearsay evidence. But just in terms of my question, did you as a director or your other directors receive independent RMA legal or planning advice before you agreed to purchase the property?
Engaged Ms. Hooper during that stage.
So you got a report from Ms. Hooper about the zonings and where the plan's heading and those sorts of things?
We knew, yep.
Knew that. Okay, so that's the answer. You have taken advice. So that's all I needed to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just for the record, Ben, can you recall the date of that meeting? Mr. Holdham and presumably that was Mr. Hoggins, was it, the chief planner?
Oh, look, I have to go back to the time. It was my business partner at the time that I think actually organised that meeting through.
I guess the question I've got is, was it before or after you put the offer The date itself,
all- Yeah, it was during the, we had the offer in, but we had a DD through that period.
Sure, so, yeah, under the due diligence period. Thank you.
Super, thank you. SLC purchased the site in September 18 and begun the process of developing our vision for the site and a potential jewel in the crown of New Plymouth's waterfront area. Directly behind New Plymouth's only safe, swimmable beach at Ngāmoto, and a destination at the western end of the very successful coastal walkway. At section 3, I set out the history of the site, including pre-European occupation by Ngāti Whiti, the introduction of settlers and the links between the sites, Motorola oil field, development of local industry.
Yep, we'll just take that as read, we'll read through
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I think a lot of it, that's been covered, so, but it's great to see that from your perspective and have that written down. Thank you.
Yeah, it's compelling reading, it's great. Oh, yes, 3.9 is where I'm at. We recognise the history of Motorola and Ngāmutu Beach, an area of one that is working, living and playing. History which we are seeking to acknowledge and recognise in our vision for the site. Imagine you're standing on Ngāmutu domain, radiating out from you between Port Taranaki and Paratutu to the west and the Lee Breakwater to the east is a vibrant marine precinct, buzzing with people, amenities, and an eclectic mix of the best of New Plymouth has to offer. Gone are the abandoned buildings, vacated in the vacating scrubby sections that currently sit neglected. In their place sits thoughtfully designed world-class waterfront development that includes existing and new commercial and industrial operations, public recreational amenities, hospitality, retail spaces, and mixed residential housing. This is the vision that SLC holds for its site. A thriving, lively place where people love to live, work, you walk through the site, all your senses will be engaged. You'll hear the gulls calling, the children laughing, the vibrant sounds of a waterfront location. You'll be able to smell the salt air by sampling freshly caught seafood at one of the enticing bars, cafes, restaurants that have established themselves in converted character buildings or in new premises throughout the site. We envisage an outcome where you can come down from the site, paddle in the same cool, calm waters very early European settlers waded through. Visitors can come take a stroll along the coastal walkway, looking at the very islands that gave Ngāmutu its name. We also see the potential for the site to link into the land to the east, held by Ngāti Whiti, providing an opportunity to learn about the rich history of Matapinua. All of this forms part of the SLC vision for the site. The vision also reflects the heritage of the area and the aspirations of many communities all at home. Like the coastal walkway before it, our vision is to development of the site that would open up and breathe life into the neglected part of our city, complementing rather than competing with the CBD and living in harmony with its neighbours, be that existing enterprises, including the port, Motorola residents, or Matapinua. Goal is to combine thoughtful planning and use the best practiced urban design principles to ensure that the precinct is a real draw card for locals and visitors alike. The next, possibly the best jewel, New Plymouth's world-class crown. On section 5, I summarised the SLC's submission on the PDP. I know that all this is covered in Ms Hooper's evidence, so there's it's their safety. Turning to section 6, in mid 2021, the hearings began on the submissions of the proposed district plan. SLC engaged the services at Warren and Amani and Rodmala to undertake a 2-stage investigation into the potential of the SLC site to support and better define its vision for a vibrant mixed-use waterfront development. We immediately recognised the proven track record in helping to deliver a number of successful waterfront projects, including a significant involvement in the highly successful Wynyard Precinct master plan and development alongside Nuku Developments, Auckland, then waterfront, Auckland. We're excited by the prospect of working with Warren and Mahoney and Mr. Mala, help frame our vision for the site. Over the balance of 2021, we worked with Warren and Mahoney, to workshop the potential of our site and to support the types of uses we were promoting, as well as initial stakeholder engagement. As Mr. Mala will describe later in his presentation, this led to a development of a framework plan document, which was then consulted over the summer months. In early 2022, we began the development of stage 2 of the initial brief for Warren and Marty, including a broader stakeholder partner engagement process, with a view towards developing a master plan for the SLC site to inform the submissions on the PDP. As directors, we were involved in a number of these meetings listed in Mr. Mala's statement of evidence, including the District Council's Group Manager of Planning and Infrastructure, Councillors Bennett and Bublitz, as well as Mayor Neil Holdham, Chief Executive Planning Manager, and representatives of Ngāti Te Whiti. In March 2022, we met with representatives Te Atiawa, alongside with Mr. Mala and Whare Timu, Warren and Mani, to discuss their aspirations and the potential for redevelopment of the SLC site. We also attended a meeting with Simon Craddock, Chief Executive, Ross Dingle, Head of Commercial at Port Taranaki, the 20th of May 2022. I do note that there is some criticism of the SLC's engagement with Port Taranaki in submissions. Mr. Nagel will respond to those criticisms after my statement, but I note for now that those criticisms are neither fair nor accurate. The result of those meetings, the exempted report, as discussed further below, have been remarkably positive and encouraging of our efforts to redefine the future of this site. Together with Mr. Mala, Ms. Hooper, and our legal team and expert consultants, we have developed what we believe is a game changer for the future growth and development of waterfront land within New Plymouth City, and the establishment of a key destination at the western end. Precinct provisions, which are attached in the evidence of Ms. Hooper, is the end product of years of planning, investment, consultation and engagement to give life to the co-designed waterfront development we first discussed with representatives of Te Atiawa, Ngāti Te Whiti, back in late 2017.
You know, wonder, we've been sitting for 2 hours and probably need a convenient stop. And maybe just a bit of a breather. Look, your evidence is really important to us, coming from the heart as a landowner and director, so I certainly don't want to cut you off. But look, I'm thinking, you know, I was pretty optimistic at the start of the session that we were going to easily get through this, but I think with the constraints tomorrow afternoon, we should just, what my attitude is to go through and fully hear
the evidence. We ran out of time. We might have to reconvene during that sweep up sort of hearing. I just want to signal that. And certainly, Janice, I know you're not going to be on today because I think it's important that you wanted to come in after the sweeper. So just wanted to signal that this is a very important hearing. Obviously, put a lot of work into this and it's important for both parties, or all the parties. So given that we don't want to flog ourselves to death sitting late and going too early, I think that might essentially be the outcome. We do have a week set aside for our integration hearing, 22nd to 26th of August. And to date, we're not getting a lot of evidence coming in on that matter. So just that might just take a bit of pressure off everyone. If that was suitable, just to proceed on that basis, because we certainly don't want to not hear things properly. So I think I'm seeing some noddings around the room. Mr. Slyfield, Mr. Nolan.
Yes, it seems to bring the flag.
Yeah.
And I think we should. No, I agree with you. I mean, we take that's to read and things like
Yes.
that, but I agree entirely with what you say.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Slyfield, we can be a bit flexible.
Yes.
Yes.
Happy to be flexible and realistic to expect that hearing might need to reconvene.
Okay.
Given the pace.
Yes.
Going.
Okay. Well, let's then take maybe a 10-minute break and we'll come back at 1:45. Thank you.
To add to that, given Ms. Carter's
Yes.
elsewhere,
Yes.
I'm going to allow her to leave the hearing
Yes.
at 4:45. So that
Yes.
she can catch her
Of course.
flight.
Of course.
She will be joining us tomorrow on Zoom, but that's
Right.
on the expectation that we aren't going to get. She will go last in our
Yes.
order.
Yes.
We're just not going to get to.
No. No. Look, I think that's a fair assumption. Yeah. Let's work on that basis.
Yeah.
So Ben is just, there are parts he's not going to read out, so
Yes.
he'll help you walk through it.
Okay.
Yeah, there's, large, we've put lines for a lot of stuff to help push us along. 7.2, 7.3, I know the key issues of the hearing, well, where are those? At 7.6, I refer to the previous application for resource consent. You've already heard from Mr. Nolan on those points, so I simply switch to endorse those. Over the page to 7.10, I also want to note SLC's strong opposition to the noise modelling undertaken by Marshall Day Acoustics. You already heard earlier about the noise sources of port modelling, so I'll leave those slide as well. Down to 7.12. I can also confirm that SLC has no intention now or in the future to reintroduce port activities to its site, such as that these uses could never be considered to form part of the noise envelope associated with port activities. As discussed above, SLC's vision for the site is one which runs completely contrary to the notion of those uses of the site as part of the working port. Indeed, the site has not formed part of the working port since at least 2018, and there are no plans for it to do so. I explained earlier it was on the market and available to purchase for purposes for a year or more, and no one purchased it for that use. Buying effectively surplus form of port-related land. I note that these suggested noise contours on the SLC site have been removed from the current noise plans, the evidence provided by Mr. Fitzgerald on behalf of Port Taranaki, but are reintroduced into the future scenario, i.e. 2035, on the basis that it is reasonably likely that there will be port activities on the site again in the future. Yeah, and obviously said before that certainly won't be the case. Going down to in the next section, I cover evidence from Port Taranaki, which is also already been covered over the page to 720. In respect to the evidence of Ms. Carter, in particular paragraph 86, where she says that the SLC is choosing not to use the site for port purposes. It has never been and never will be our intention to use the SLC site for port purposes. That was clear to us when we undertook the due diligence on the purchase, and we recognised the immense potential of the site to provide an opportunity for a real win to Plymouth, and an offering which is unrivaled in its location. In my experience as a builder of residential houses, often in greenfield locations, people will often acquire land which is zoned for a different purpose to that which they want to put it into. The new owner can test the appropriateness of the existing zoning through a plan change and plan review process. There's not a landowner choosing, for example, not to keep a suitable greenfield site in pasture. It is instead the market operating as it is intended to do, by ensuring that the land is able to be used at its highest and best value. At 7.3, down to 7.32 now, and onwards, I set out ongoing engagement with Te Atiawa and Ngāti Whiti. Down, just to save time now, to 8.1. In summary, SLC is excited by the prospect of a co-design master plan with world-class mixed-use waterfront development on the doorstep of Ngāmutu Beach. SLC requests that the commissioners recommend to approve submission point seeking rezoning of its land and the shifting of the ICB.
Chair, could I invite perhaps now, just to cover off the issue of consultation with the court, or would you prefer to stop at this point? And then that'll complete the lay evidence, and then you can ask direct questions to who you wish of those two.
Let's do that.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, we've got that in writing. Great. Oh, no, we're going to provide it electronically later. Is that correct? We have got it in writing. All right, well, it's easy for commissioners to get hand over. And then
Saves our note taking.
saves your note taking, that's right. Yeah.
Again, it's only to be a summary of the development.
Yes, so we won't be reading every part of this, but it's there for your records.
But there's another document.
The one.
So that's what we're seeing here.
Yes.
Yes, but we will send you an electronic copy or to the council.
Let's make sure Mrs. Slyfield's got. This is responding to the figure rate, so commissioners have got the issue, might as well rock on.
Yeah, so I'll be paraphrasing the early part of this as well, because it's to do with the initial engagement a few years ago that so starting at the third paragraph, our engagement with Port Taranaki began in early 2018 with a meeting between Brad Kisby and Guy Roper, who was then the port CEO. At that meeting, a request was made for Seaport to present to the board, but that offer was not accepted by Guy. Further dialogue resulting in another meeting on the 7th of June 2018, where it was agreed Seaport would formally engage with the port with a view to forming a business partnership, a draft MOU, and a draft covenant document for discussion around reverse sensitivity mitigation measures. And In parallel with this, Brad asked the port to commit to a discussion around master planning for the wider port area with a view towards activities that were mutually beneficial to both parties. If you go down to about the 2/3 point, on the 9th of August 2018, Guy Roper informed Brad that the port had commissioned KPMG to do some work to come up with some ideas to better use the Eastern Reclamation area. Brad suggested we sit down with the consultants, that's KPMG, and share our visions for the Seaport land and the overall area, and that in return the port would provide Seaport with a copy of the report. Consequently, Brad and I spent some time with the two KPMG consultants, sharing our plans and some master planning ideas we had for what we considered underutilized Port Taranaki land. That report was never forthcoming. And then moving down further again, in September 2020, I met with Guy Roper and suggested reducing the residential component and concentrating the residential component at the eastern end of our site to appease the port's concerns. Guy was interested in that proposal and agreed to present it to the board. I followed this offer up in a 29 September email. Guy said he would present it to the board at their 30 September meeting. So after a few more exchanges, Guy advised by email that the port directors had decided that, and this is quoting his email, any residential development as proposed by Seaport Land Company will be opposed by Port Taranaki. In May 2021, Seaport then submitted to NPDC as part of the district plan review process. And in November 2021, Ross Dingle and I had a meeting. Ross talked about his role at the port and talked about various directions the port may head to in the future. At the end of the meeting, Ross was adamant the port would not entertain residential on our site. He said Simon Craddock, who was the new port CEO, shares the view. Then in February 2022, Brad met with Simon Craddock. Just the two of them. Brad also had no joy in arranging a meeting. Simon did talk a bit around plans for developing the Eastern Reclamation. Then in May, in parallel with these discussions, with the port, we were also having regular dialogue with, among others, the Mayor Neil Holdham, Kelvin Wright, who was NPDC's Deputy CEO at the time, and Dion Fuka, who's the CEO of AL. And all three of those people assisted us finally gaining an audience with the TRC. So on May 2022, the Seaport directors, Rod Marler, Kath Hooper, Brad Kisby, met with the Regional Council and the Port CEO and the Port Chair in their offices in Stratford, and we finally got the chance to present our case. A few of the board members asked a question or two. Overall, we felt there was very little enthusiasm. There was no questioning whatsoever or participation from the Port CEO or Port Chair. In the end, David McLeod closed by recommending we continue dialogue with the Port CEO. So we sort of basically were getting the runaround. We followed that up, and on May of that month, the directors, the Seaport directors and Brad had a meeting, or had a lunch actually, with Simon Craddock and Ross Dingle. Ross was pretty staunch about his opposition to what we were doing, and Simon actually commended us that he was still both of them still indicated they basically said they had no appetite at all to negotiate on reverse sensitivity. So that was basically the end of our attempts to engage with the regional council and with the port. They were, in summary, they were unwilling to open their minds and engage in any meaningful dialogue or master planning with us while residential was on the table.
Thanks, Russell. A couple of, this is interesting chronology, I suppose. Couple of questions about the chronology. You purchased the site finally in September 2018.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. So you were trying to engage through the due diligence period before you purchased.
Yeah.
But you know, even without the operation, you decided that the site was valuable for your purposes, and
well, we could see a potential, and we hope that we could convince the port to see potential for working with us.
Yes.
But that didn't happen.
Yeah. And then look, to be completely honest, I haven't taken the time and gone back and read all the previous application material. It's interesting history, but I might do at some stage. But your application that you made for the resource consents, that was done in 2019 and heard in 2020, is that?
Yeah,
Is that
I
some of the
think
time?
2020, yeah.
So you made the application in early 2020. Yeah. It was heard towards the end of 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent.
Would you like me to list the exact date?
Well, yeah, okay, we'll just, yeah, just.
So, it was the actual was accepted under section 88 on the 19th of June 2018.
Okay, so that was before the purchase.
Yeah, that was
Yes.
one of the conditions of purchase.
Okay.
Then there was a bunch in section 92 information requested that was provided in July 2019.
Yep.
The application consent hearing was on 6th and 7th of July 2020. The consent application was publicly notified on the 21st of November 2019.
Okay. Yep. And look, the other query I had about, you say at the top of the second page, Russell, that in May 2021, Seaport submitted to the NPDC. That doesn't seem right, because we were just about getting to hearings then.
The submission, the date of the submission on the district thing was the 23rd of November 2019.
Yes.
There was some discussion prior to that because there was a draft in circulation and comments that was related to that.
Yeah, but what Russ was saying in May 2021, Seaport submitted to the MP. It's not that date. Yeah.
The date that you just been.
So what was that date?
You
November 2019, 23rd.
Yeah.
That should be correct.
Okay, that's all good. So we'll just cross it out by that other date.
Yeah.
Okay, look, I think that's all.
Chair, just one matter, I'll direct to you as a potential question of clarity for something Ms. Hooper said that I wasn't sure I understood. I think she said it was a condition of the purchase. But it wasn't clear to me what that meant, whether it was a condition of the purchase that the consent application be lodged, which I think is the date she was describing, or something else was a condition. I just wonder whether that's going to assist you to know what the nature of that was.
With the lodging of consent.
Okay.
Thank you.
Been a busy time for everyone, a look at things. Yes, and two overlapping processes with the resource consent application process, and then obviously the plan coming along.
Nearly simultaneous actually with the consent being notified on the 21st of November 2019 and the submission dated the 23rd of November 2019. So.
Okay, yes.
Right, so these big ideas, you've got to use all of the sort of the tools you have to keep the table, and that's what Seaport's done. Yes. Okay, thank you for that. Do you have any questions? Sorry.
Any questions of that? Sorry. And it's possible I should know this, but Greg Kisley.
Over there.
Greg, so Greg, you're a consultation consultant? Is that how you would describe yourself? Okay, thank you. Peter Dryden?
Chair of support board. Yeah, that's right.
And there's nothing material about this. But David McLeod, did he facilitate that meeting?
Yes.
Yeah. Is he part of the board or?
He's on the board of, yeah. Yeah, he's also the chairman of the TRC.
Ah.
I think it was an capacity, wasn't it?
The meeting was more, the meeting was more TRC engagement.
Sure. As the sole or significant stakeholder or owner. That's good. That's all.
Yes, thank you. So we'll get Mr. Marler up and famous forms of presentation.
Is Mr. Marler, is he available tomorrow as well, or do we need to get through him?
Well, it might be a little bit more than that.
Answer is yes.
Yes, I'm staying.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, staying overnight.
Because again, this is important evidence.
This presentation will be half an hour, but he's staying overnight, so you can
Okay.
carry on in the morning if you wish to.
Okay, and in terms of Jenny, is she?
Jenny's on standby. She's
Right.
there.
Yes.
She's on standby.
But if we don't get to her, is there any problem with her?
I don't believe so. She'll tell me if I'm wrong.
If you're listening to us, are you okay to hang in there and, we've got Sarah Marco up. Yes, Sarah? No, she's Jenny, sorry.
Yes, I'm available in the morning. That's fine.
Okay, so
She's next, whenever that comes.
she's next when it comes. Perfect, thank you. How's the audio been, Jenny? Have we been doing better?
Yes, it's been good actually. I've got the volume turned up quite high, so I hope I'm not shouting at you. But yes, no, I'm hearing things fine.
Okay, I think Christine, the key is to use these when people are speaking. So I think we're doing the best. So thanks for that. So right. Bundle of evidence.
Christine and I are going to do a little bit of a tag team. She'll manage the images for me. So I'm, as Derek pointed out, a little bit of a light relief to close the day on.
Let's have a supplementary, a written supplementary.
Yeah, a written supplementary at the end. But has already been outlined on the principle that Warren and Marnie Architects in Auckland, and I've been involved as a in capacity of an advisor around the development of the framework plan, the engagement process, moving on through to a master plan for the site through the period from August 2021 right until the hearing date.
Okay, so you've really picked things up post the resource consent application. You've been briefed as a fresh consultant.
Mr. Noel and
Yes.
Mr. Cameron.
So yes, and Catherine's the one that stayed the course, and you know, look, that's great, and I think it's an interesting evidence. I'll be looking forward to what you have to say, Rod.
Thank you. Well, Christine, perhaps we could just move on a couple of slides. This was a pack that we prepared, sorry, one back from that, specifically for this hearing, and
it's a, captures the images that were appended to my evidence,
Yes.
so it's consistent.
Are all of them in here? Because I was sort of trying to find one at one stage and I sent a note saying, hey, but most of them are in here.
Yeah.
By the look of things. Yeah.
I think there's one image at the beginning which talks about the master planning process,
Yes.
which wasn't part of the hearing. But I can talk to that if you'd like to, but it's a generic slide that really talks about the parties who are involved, the process, which is very much one of proposing an idea, going out, testing it, bringing it back and refining it, moving from a draft into more of a refined master plan, which is then going to inform a development strategy.
Yeah.
So that's essentially what that was, and it's pretty much textbook stuff.
That's on the page 4, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. No, I think we can just leave that.
So I'm going to take the evidence as read and just run through a visual presentation, which I hope captures a little more of the spirit and the intent, and I guess the passion that we all feel for this place, and the potential for the outcomes here, based on our collective experience. And like Mr. Nolan, I've had many years' experience in the design and delivery of waterfront projects, significant waterfront projects, both in New Zealand and offshore. And right now, Wanamani's studio is in Wynyard Quarter, so I was not only involved in the visioning of it and the delivery of it, but I'm also now a kind of a resident, and I'm kind of victim of my own success down there in many ways, because people want to come down and talk about it. So I guess that's been a huge influence in our approach to Seaport and how we dealt with the Seaport Land Company directors. And it is visionary, it is provocative, and we intentionally wanted to do that because we felt that for all the reasons that have been articulated quite clearly, there had been inactivity in this really important part of the city, and really we felt that we could help bring some of that energy and that passion, both from a governance and a policy and rules perspective from council, from a political perspective, but also from the key protagonists, the landowners. And at the end of the day, it's all about control of the land, which determines the outcomes of sites such as this. So I'm just going to start by saying that we approached the challenge that Derek put to us back in late 2021. And he said, Rod, there's an opportunity down in New Plymouth to really look at an issue very much with the lens of how you approached Wynyard Quarter. It's another working harbour initiative, working with the port, with a very strong private sector-led group of people who have a vision and feel very strongly about that vision and believe that there is an opportunity to create a whole new community. And I was quite excited by that. So we started the work very much at a two-step process, as I've outlined here, and we developed a framework which really attempted to set the context, because we didn't want to dive straight into a solution on the site in splendid isolation. We wanted to look at the precinct in its whole. And I'm going to run through a presentation that some of the council team will have seen already. Port team has seen this, and certainly others have seen. There's no new material here, but it's really for the two of you to really understand process. So a framework plan to set the context, and then we went into the master plan for the site, which really explored some possibilities. We're not saying that this is the only way to develop the site. We're exploring some possibilities around land use, around typologies, around the adaptive reuse of some of the existing buildings on the site, and creating what we believe would be certainly a national, if not world-class, amenity for people to live, work, and recreate. Next slide, please. So this first section is really going to talk about the wider context, some of those economic and spatial issues that Mr. Nolan talked about. I'm not an economist, but I do have deep experience with waterfront locations, and most importantly, the transition of existing working waterfronts into a new possibility. And I think we'll talk about that in a moment, because I think it's an important point that I think may have been lost in the conversation with Mr. Nolan earlier when we're starting to talk about drawing comparisons with other waterfronts, both in New Zealand and offshore. Perhaps move to the next slide. So this next slide really overlays in that top left image. That is the footprint of the port area in Ngā with the subject site, that little box in the bottom. And that's overlaid on top of the Wellington waterfront, and pretty much the full working waterfront, apart from the ferry operations and some of the container operations which sit slightly north of the diagram. But just for comparison of scale, it just shows you that it's a significant, it's a relative landmass, relative water space, and we've got to look at both the water and the land use. But what Wellington have done is they've retained some of those existing core port activities, and they've withdrawn, and it's similar to what's happened in Auckland. I'll talk about that example in a moment. Withdrawn from some of the traditional waterfront spatial areas and the old wharves and old port areas to accommodate a new way of port operations. And containerisation, I'm sure the ports company will be in agreement here, containerisation has had a significant impact on ports worldwide in terms of reducing the footprint, greater mechanisation, different technologies, different docking technologies, different types of shipping, different employment strategies. But what Wellington did was arguably New Zealand's first example of taking that surplus port land, which was no longer core activities, and transforming it into a multi-use precinct for literally what we're talking about, live, work and play. And most of us here would have been to Wellington and enjoyed that waterfront experience, whether it be from an event, whether it be just for perambulating along the waterfront and enjoying that proximity of water, land-water connection, which is always very exciting. And all those on-water and off-water activities that only happen in a waterfront environment. Next slide, please.
Can I just say that both Commissioner Oman and I, we're very intimate with Wellington. I happen to be in a Wellington Rowing Club Novice 8, where that Walker Armour is hanging out. I was in my first job in Wellington. So I think we've got our eyes pretty open again when we are very familiar with that.
So next slide. Thank you.
Let's take us through.
Yeah, we'll work through these. So it's just good to remind us of the transformation from a working waterfront to a waterfront that still has some of those working components, and particularly in Wynyard, but it still has integrated great public amenity, open space, public realm with new residential opportunities, new working opportunities, and still keeping some of that gritty waterfront activities, such as Mr. Nolan pointed out earlier, the Sanford fishing component. And that's the reality of Wynyard Quarter. It's a place people come to live and work and play because fishing activities are there, ferry activities are there. All those activities that kind of create that frise-on and that energy and that point of difference from other parts of the city and certainly from the suburbs. Next slide, please. We've also compared it with some of the international examples, and Halfin City is an interesting one. That was probably the most gritty and has utilised a lot of the existing port infrastructure, wharves, and even port warehousing buildings, inserting buildings like that in the foreground on that bottom left image there. That is a performing arts centre sitting on top of an existing silo building, a port silo building. The one in the middle in Japan, that's transformation of existing port infrastructure into a cruise terminal and associated public open space. And the one on the right in Seattle, that's very much around the repurposing of existing port surplus port assets into public realm parklands. Next slide, thank you. So then we focus back to New Plymouth and what we're calling this marine precinct with the core port activities in that diagram on the left, on the upper left quartile. The Ngā Marine Precinct is the subject of this conversation. And then we've also adopted a new precinct, the Marine East Precinct, which is again harkening back to the strong desire to set the site in a future context, what this could look like in the future, and therefore the link back to those relevant port cities in Auckland and offshore in terms of what this place could be in the future. Because I think the conversation has to move on from what we see there right now to what is the future possibility and how do we get there? And how do we get there together with the port company who have an invested interest and have significant land holdings in this area? So we really do see this very much as a collaborative process between council and governance, the district council, the regional council, the port company, and then the private sector who have a vested interest in this area. It's not just SLC, there are other adjacent landowners. Next slide, please. So this was an initial concept sketch, and it really just was there to perhaps help stimulate some of our own thinking. And it really talked to the two corridors, one that runs along the water edge, and we've got the cycleway and walkway, and the possibility to enrich that and enliven that and bring that further into Ngāmotu Beach and around reimagined marine precinct. And then that other corridor, which is road and rail, and the reimagining of that rail into a commuter service, not just as its current commercial services, but Hiu Rail and our conversations with them have expressed an interest in the possibility of introducing a commuter service to get better utilisation out of their existing asset and to move people from this part of the city into the city centre and then eastwards, Bell Block, Airport and beyond. And then we thought about some of those other activities that could be captured here, whether they be educational facilities, whether they be recreational, whether they be food and beverage. And it was really a diagram to capture some of that thinking. Next slide, please. We then, as we typically do, rather than going into a design, we look to other examples of with images that kind of capture the essence of what this place might be. And so this is very much around how you might experience Ngāmotu Beach going forward. And that's experiencing it being hovering above the water on a boardwalk, being able to fish from it, being able to promenade, experiences in the daytime and the evening time with families down on the beach reserve, temporary and permanent structures for events and for other uses. The opportunity to modify the water edge or the edge of the land to the water to mitigate against sea level rise and that constant threat that we have against heavily engineered structures. And there's just new ways of treating that. So this was really capturing some ideas around possibilities. Next slide, please.
Can I just clarify, these images you've got, just potential drawings?
These are just capturing ideas.
Okay.
They're not saying this is what will be delivered. They're what we call exemplar images, examples from other places around the world.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's
New Zealand and around the world. Yeah. And it's really, this is part of the communications. It's very hard through non-images to capture the essence and the spirit of picture says 1,000 words, as we know. And some of these international examples wouldn't be slavishly followed, but they kind of open the mind to what future possibilities could be. This page was around possibilities for the Marine East Precinct, which is the land that Ports currently own. It's a reclaimed area and has some warehousing buildings on it. Used for various purposes. It had a boat building facility there for a while. It's now, I think, storage for palm kernel, or it was.
No, but certainly agricultural feed.
Agricultural feed, yeah.
Can we just focus on that? So that's and the number on the plan.
So the plan in the middle that shows those two white objects, those are existing buildings.
That's where the palm kernels.
Well, it's not palm kernel, it's animal feed.
Animal feed. Brains.
Yeah. Yeah. And was it alloy yachts or one of those?
Fitzroy yachts.
Fitzroy yachts used to have these.
Now it's manor homes, so they actually construct homes inside the building and truck them off the side.
That's right. I think you talked to us about that for us.
Yeah. So it's a big flat reclaimed area with industrial scale buildings on it, which we think would be a perfect opportunity to test some ideas and work with the port to reimagine what this part of the this marine precinct could be, anchored with potentially a marina. And as we know from the conversations that we've been having with stakeholders that there is interest in this. We know the port company and the district council talked about some exploratory work around a marina. So we think that's a great idea and certainly from my time with Waterfront, Auckland and Panuku, who own West Haven Marina. A lot of experience in that area and understand how that's a great attractant. Not only a place to store craft, but also to bring a lot of employment opportunities and all those industries that service the boats, the brokers, the chandlers, opportunity to car park, parking down here, and then recreate boardwalks, maybe a saltwater pool, but a real destination that creates a marine heart to New Plymouth. And I know from personal experience that this port is the only safe port. If you're traveling down the western side of the North Island,
Yes.
this is the only place you can really
This is the only
overnight.
safe deep water port.
Correct.
As I understand it, we've actually got evidence on that.
Correct.
Already, but yeah. Is that number 4 image? Is that Bondi Beach in Sydney by any chance, or?
That's the city. That is the sculptural trail around the headlands. Yeah, that's right. And, so the art trail and New Plymouth already has a sigsignificant.
And they refresh that every year. I think.
That's right.
Nearly got too much time on hand.
I was actually supposed to be on holiday this week, but I gave it away for the love of this. Because no one else could agree to sort of,
I last got to Sydney in '94.
yeah.
Yeah, you would understand firsthand then what a great attractant that opportunity brings for a festival of art over a period of time, whether it's a week or a month. So there's lots of possibilities that could be brought to this location. Next slide, please. We then move on to stakeholder engagement and co-design process. Next slide, Christine. And as has already been outlined, part of this co-design and engagement process is about early engagement and getting out and talking to those who have an interest and an influence. And certainly the key players, the major players, District Council, Mana Whenua, Ngāti Whiti and Te Atiawa, the attempts we made with Port Company, Regional Council, and the adjoining landowners. And I've outlined in detail in my evidence all of those conversations that we've had. She wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, the difficulty with that is, and it's Nolan about this, is sort of hearsay evidence. We've got to look at the evidence, so that chronology and the history is interesting. But look, on the slide, you're number 4. What's obviously missing here is probably a key stakeholder hasn't engaged. So,
despite several attempts.
Yes.
Yeah.
So be successful, and Derek, you talked about it before about the Ports of Auckland really getting into this as an opportunity and something that had it certainly had commercial interest for the port. And I know they've moved a lot of their heavy container stuff down to they developed it away from the bottom of Queen Street sort of area. So, yeah, would you say that implementing this type of vision really has to engage with the port somehow to be successful in the long term?
And we identified that right from the outset. You're right. And despite our attempts, it's been very difficult to engage with the port, because as I said right at the outset, it's those who own the land who can control the outcomes here. And this is where the port company, together with SLC, Ngāti Whiti, Te Atiawa, the other adjoining landowners, need to get together with the council to create a shared vision that all of them can be part of and buy into and contribute to. That would be first prize.
Just, I'll ask Mr. Hamish a question. During our hearing, we've had provided to us a Ngāmotu Central City strategy, which has evolved through discussions with Te Atiawa and Ngāti Whiti particularly. That certainly doesn't extend to this part of the city, does it? It's just the central city. Okay. Right. So yeah. So carry on, but that's not. It's so obvious be successful, this has to have some, or not, doesn't has to, we'll be fighting through the courts for the next
Well, ideally, it should.
2 years.
As Mr. Nolan's pointed out, that seems to be the pattern. In most of these port developments, the port company has been either leading it or a significant contributor.
Probably worth asking this question now. We were asking some questions earlier on about distinguishing between the various ports around New Zealand. And I talked about Napier, and it's the old fishing port where the lighters used to come alongside, little narrow entrance, and the old wool stores that had fallen into disrepair because the port had moved itself way away, right down around the corner of the bluff. So in my mind anyway, I distinguish that from the Taranaki, where you're sort of closer, right adjacent to existing core port activities in New Plymouth. There was a Port of Napier, but the redeveloped areas that have this vibrancy and interest are part of what's called the Ahuriri mixed use zone. And yes, I don't know whether you know that.
I know that example well, and I think that example at Auckland and Wellington, the three of them reflect the contraction of port operations, core operations, due to the technological changes and the new way that port operations are undertaken, which has freed up all of those more traditional wharves and port infrastructure and warehousing and the access requirements. It's freed all of that up to become surplus. And I think, and this is where I keep asking you to look to the future, that is the process that will inevitably happen here in Taranaki, and it is already happening with the cool stores that were previously part of the port operations, no longer being part of operations. It's happening already organically, and it will continue to happen. And I would suggest that the land to the south of Breakwater Road, further west, which is under port control and the energy companies, that will shrink over time as well. So I think you're going to see this. Taranaki is probably 20 years behind, and I'm not saying that in a derogatory sense. This is a positive opportunity not to make the same mistakes that have been made elsewhere, and mistakes mainly in process, but and plan for the inevitable change that is going to happen.
I think that's you perhaps agree that that's where the contest is.
Totally.
There was a different. We've got different evidence about what that future might be. So.
And therefore, I contest we need to go there together, because if all parties are working on a future outcome together, then those differences can be tabled, discussed, solutions can be found. Very difficult working in a vacuum.
Let's carry on.
Yep. Next slide, please. So the co-design process, we traditionally apply to working with mana whenua, although it's becoming broader than that, and it's really around how we work collaboratively together with all stakers having input into the process to idealize, to really have develop or reconnect with the land, because the land often informs the outcomes. That collaboration we've talked about, utilizing those relationships, strong relationships that have been developed to leverage outcomes and to influence outcomes, because these are challenging projects. There's no question about it. These are not easy, and if it was easy, it would have happened by now. And the port company probably would have taken up the opportunity previously, or others would have. It's not easy. I acknowledge that. Next slide, please. So through that connectivity with the land and working with First Peoples, the collaboration with all stakeholders, and then designing in that Indigenous context to and using those conversations, that history and that depth of understanding to inform some of the design thinking is really rich and really powerful. And I've got to say, New Zealand leads the way in this worldwide, and Warren are involved in a very similar process, and another big waterfront urban regeneration project in Sydney. Exactly the same process. Sydney is 20 years behind New Zealand in that regard. So yeah, we're all learning, but this co-design process is certainly a really important component for for all of us to understand and to be able to utilise going forward. Next slide. One of the processes we do is early on in the co-design process is what we call mana mapping, and that is literally stripping, taking a series of layers in a map and going from pre-European history to waka arrivals, the power occupations, the occupation of the peoples, the movement of the people, where the crops were grown, where the water was sourced, where the vantage points were, where the battles were fought, the landforms, the historical significance of those landforms, the flora, the fauna, and just how life was lived. And those influences have a significant impact on the design outcomes to derive outcomes that are of the place, that are firmly connected to the place, that just wouldn't come anywhere else. So New Plymouth is not is not Tauranga, it's not Whangarei, it's certainly not Wellington, and it has its own language. Part of that is through the conversation we have with Mana Whenua, part of it is through the European colonisation of the place, and the port really was the start of that.
Just saying goodbye to Ms. Carter, so we'll see you online tomorrow, Janice.
Cheers, Janice. Next slide, please.
Just on this journey for Taranaki iwi, I've been hearing here for quite a while. It's certainly, it's in a transitional stage where landowners and developers are starting to work through, or some of them, the sort of co-design process, and certainly it seems to be embraced within the district councils. And this is my view, sort of culture and persona as well. The new airport is an example of that, where I think we've had evidence that Mana Whenua took the council kicking and screaming into the room and basically said, look, this is the way we need to do this. We've had the pleasure of actually having the story that's told within the new airport building told to us by cultural experts about what all of the different images mean. So certainly, I'll say this, very, very supportive of this co-design process, and the approach is very sound in New Zealand planning. So yeah, great process.
Yeah, and Ms. Hooper and Ms. Marco will talk further about that. And again, it's not always perfect, and there'll always be better, but we're forming a very strong relationship. Co-designers at the core, and certainly with their own land holdings and the aspirations that they have for their land, port land, quite aspirational, and be a great contributor to this marine precinct. Moving on, I probably don't need to talk too much to this. It's really self-evident, but the land supply and zoning, that top diagram shows that there is the big gaping hole in terms of land supply for densification. Same with the slide on the bottom, you can see that the areas that have been zoned for densification, whether it be industrial or residential, and there's a hole between the city centre and the industrial part of the port, where this really would be a perfect location for those activities to take place. Next slide.
If we go on, and we've taken your written evidence. It's weird, but I've made quite a few markups. But this is the one previous one I'm going back to. Is you and your team been keeping up with the rezoning requests for residential that we heard? And there's a wide reply that's just been issued where the staff are recommending adopting a significant portion of the water submissions to upzone a big chunk of this western area to medium density residential. And I think what I'm thinking is we should bring up that plan, Christine. So it's the right of reply to the rezoning, the residential rezoning hearings, which have just been released in the last week or two by the staff. So there has been a recommended update on this point where quite a big chunk of land is being now recommended to us to go to medium density residential, which on the basis that while it's not needed to meet the housing studies the council have done, providing the opportunity is seen by kind of and the staff who are telling us is a good thing. But I think it'd be well worth finding that report, and there's a key plan in it.
If I can add to that, Mr. Marler. If I can add to that, Mr. Marler, just by way of some context. Wahanga initial submission saw some 1,100 hectares of upzoning. Yes, and during the submission process and the evidence process, that was reduced down to a process of ground truthing. That involved a reduction down to around about 171 hectares. Now, I haven't read the right of reply yet as to whether the council are accepting that new figure, but it's probably in there. Just to give you some context.
Yeah. Yeah, and my understanding is it's low to medium density. Yeah, a different housing typology from what we proposed.
It was a key plan within what
Yes.
we do on the reply itself.
Yes, it's not the medium density model per se that the government and many tier one authorities are pursuing, but it's definitely medium to high density.
There's an A3 plan. Okay.
It's the one there.
So this is this is a recommendation in front of us now from the council planners and the right of reply. So I just thought I'd mention that for Catherine, see whether you've caught up with all that. And it just does show that there's more land now being assessed to us, comes into the higher residential zoning, but that doesn't detract from your point as well.
No, it just reinforces the point. Yeah.
Thank you, Christine. Sorry to put you on the spot.
We then move on to
Cool thing is we get to see the. At least it's not me on the list.
that's it. Thank you. On to the next one.
And then I'll just go back to sharing it.
Okay. Right, next slide. Thanks, Christine. Next one. Yeah, that one. That's it. Yeah. So really, we wanted to demonstrate the amazing connectivity along the coast with a number of modes, whether it be road, rail, cycling, and walking, and the opportunity, as I mentioned earlier, that KiwiRail proposed with us to develop a commuter rail station at Motoroa, which would act as a hub and would drive a lot of activity, would bring staff and employees into the area, and those who are living in the area, allow them to get to the city centre, Bell Block Airport, beyond. And while it's very early days, it's something that they're considering pretty seriously. Next slide, please. This was really more about the intensification of public interest in local attractions and artwork in the city centre, and I'm sure Mr. Wesley's delighted to see this, because that's really the function of the city centre, but it also demonstrates that there is this fine edge between land and sea where these sorts of attractions are starting to evolve and be further developed, and we think that this just adds to the opportunity and the destination of the site at the end of the coastal walkway.
Hamish, what was the distance?
From the eastern end of the Seaport site
Yes.
to the middle of the city centre, so the sort of the central city shopping centre, 3.5 kilometres. So it tells us that 6 minutes, no traffic, or 43 minutes if you walk, maybe a little bit longer if you walk back. Walkway.
43.
Yeah, 45.
Long walkway.
It's that slow walk.
Yeah.
I've done it.
So what's been showing up on your apps in terms of the walk between the CBD and the site?
That's rather timing on that.
That's
Like I live down there, so I walk from Coastal down along the walkway for 15 minutes.
okay. I'm just thinking about Ahuiri versus Napier CBD. You've got to go up the hill, it's much further away.
Yeah. Or around it, either way.
I think 15-minute walk, that's a different scenario.
15 minutes and 3.5 kilometres is a bit fast.
It's a fast walk.
I walk Wylam Bay to the Red Rocks car park, which is 3.3 kilometres. And it takes me 35 minutes.
Well, I think,
I think you've got something wrong here. There's a walkway, coastal walkway that's significantly
Much more direct.
than going on the road. So I think we're talking about going on the walkway, whereas against the road, and the majority of people will walk the walkway.
Okay,
You'll
well, I think
see.
that's just a matter of, we can get some more information on that. Maybe, maybe you could walk it with your,
Just done. Yeah.
No, but I think what this is, obviously we're interested in the interface with the central city. And whether it's part of the vibrancy of the city or is it something quite different?
But I'll come on to that point.
Okay.
But what about, sorry. It's interesting to have these apps telling you what the timeframes are, but what's the desire line? This gentleman walks there into the city. What's your route of choice if you're wanting to get there most directly? Walkway.
So like the walkway, like basically I do 6 kilometres an hour.
Yes. And where do you depart from the walkway?
So the route I do, so I'm at Belt Road, so I'm in between the CBD and the cool stores.
Yes.
So I often do on Belt Road to the cool stores and then back into town again, back home. So that's 6 kilometres. The walkway ends at the cool stores.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Next slide, please, Christine, which just talks about some of the local attractions on the site. Some of them are historic, some of them are working, but the site does have a lot of history and a lot of reason for people to visit it as a destination. Next slide. I think the most interesting thing is that the site really is at the intersection of some traditional waterways. The Hongi stream, the Waihao stream, the domain and the hinterland inland, and that strong connection down through to Ngāmotu Beach, and then east-west, Paratutu, the reserve, and then back towards the city through that domain site. So it really does sit at a crossroads spatially, and is really important in terms of attempting to make some of those reconnections between those green elements. And that's really informed some of our thinking when we get to the site itself and the master planning and the urban design principles. Next slide, Christine. Sorry. This slide just talks to the existing height controls, sight lines, and the importance of some of the high points in the area that the views to those high points are protected. And that development has to be cognizant of that. Next slide. These are really just very much context and just building the picture for us as designers to be aware of some of these really important elements. Sight lines from the site are really important geographic elements and points of reference. Next slide. The walkways and future planned walkways and cycleways. So there's a lot more planned, and Newfoundland Taranaki is becoming very cycle conscious place, and that's great. Really support that, and again, just shows the importance of this Ngā location as part of that network, and an opportunity for visitors to recreate there. Next.
Can I just ask a question of Hamish? Is that those cycleways, are they some of the areas that are shown on the district plan? Future access?
Public access.
Public access corridors. But are you aware, or is this a transport plan?
It's from the transport team. They gave us the information. So
Could you just check all the status of that, because
from Mr. Naz.
Yes,
Stuart Naz.
yes, we had some information, the designation hearing about the cycleway updates, so it was a while ago, pre-Christmas, so a little fresher, Hamish.
I can liaise with Mr. Mather in terms of the source
Yeah,
that they've used.
Right, thank you.
Moving on, Christine, a couple of slides. Just talking about solar influence on the site, and I think everybody's already acknowledged that north facing, it's pretty much a perfect aspect to capture this all-day sun. Interestingly, the prevailing winds, we experienced some of the southeasterlies, which is from coming from Auckland, we normally get it from the southwest, but southeast down here, which I guess the mountains having a significant impact. So you get southerly and the southeasterlies, predominant winds, and shelter from the mountains of the site does afford some shelter. So again, the importance of this place, why people go here is because it is relatively sheltered, warm, and it has the added bonus of the safest swimming beach in the city region. Next slide.
So we have been getting, I think, Kenny gave us some evidence about the wind effects in terms of community. So we're going to ask you, Jenny, if you're still listening in, probably do it tomorrow about this, the wind rose, and looks very interesting that there's not much from the north. Is that what we're seeing on the wind?
That's what that's showing is direction and strength. So it's not saying there's no wind from the north. It's saying that it's not as strong, but it has as much influence from the north and the east. So the stronger winds are coming from either the south or the southeast.
Okay. I'll ask Jenny about that tomorrow. Thank you.
Next slide. And this is really a walk and a drive around the site to really demonstrate where the site boundaries are. Some of them are on street, some of them are not, and so it's just useful from a pedestrian's perspective and a motorist's perspective, just understanding where those boundaries are. So there's a little bit of this point there. On to the next slide. Again, just really reinforcing the importance of the site is this link between some really important and significant natural landforms, and how those could be further reinforced with greater connectivity, whether that be through extensions of the walking and cycling network. But it really just points to the importance of the motorised site and SLC site as a hub where a lot of these things do interconnect. Next slide, please. So now we start looking at the site itself in greater detail. There's been a lot of work done around study of the buildings. That was pre the work that Warren and Marnie were involved with, and we essentially just took summarised some of that work and working with the SLC directors to gain an understanding of which of those existing buildings might be considered to be adaptively reused. And on the top-down assessment basis, it would appear that really there's only two which are significant enough to warrant retaining. One is the engine room, which is the original building on the site, and that's the little brick building, which is essentially the control room for all of the equipment, which ran a lot of the cooling here. That's that one there. Thank you very much. And then the Parsons building to the right of that, which is one of the more recent buildings, built in the 50s. And again, in my evidence, I talk in a little more detail around the architectural merits, the designer era, and a bit of the commentary from the heritage report that's taken. So we've taken that into consideration. And next slide, please. It's part of our design thinking. We talked about co-design and the influence, excuse me, of First Nations and that connection with the land. This is really early and significant European occupation, and it tells part of the story of how the land is being used and how it's evolved, and it's acknowledged and recognised by people who live and work and use the area. And so a nod to some of those elements is really important in terms of referencing the site, creating its identity, uniqueness, and sense of place, and also creates an opportunity to do some pretty interesting things in terms of outcomes. Next slide, please. So adaptive reuse is, we believe, is an important part of this waterfront regeneration work. Our offices are in that bottom building on the bottom right, the Masons Brothers building. That's an old warehouse building in the port area down in New Quarter. That was an engineering building, and when I first saw it, had a big gantry crane operating in the inside of it. That was removed, and we inserted another building within a building. It now has a 6-star Green Star rating for sustainability, first in New Zealand, and Precinct Properties own it. And they were not believers in this process, but now they are significant converts and are asking us to look at other opportunities to reimagine some of their existing.
Historically, where's that in relation to, say, the ASB building?
This is 2 blocks south of that.
South.
Yeah, so it's in Board and south. Yeah. Next slide. So we now start talking about some of these urban design principles, and this just captures some of the conversation that we've run through already and brings it into a diagrammatic form, and it really starts to inform how we might approach design exercise or design inquiry for the site itself. So we've talked about that local amenity and that potential connectivity with the existing Moturoa township. And over time, that connectivity could grow, and there could be a little ant track of activities that would support a new community in this area. Talked about that porosity and that strong connection, that historic connection through the waterways, spatially with the domain down to the beach. We've talked about the 3 precincts, the core port precinct maintaining core port activities, and the new marine precinct and marine east precinct. Next slide.
That marine east precinct, that where the marina's been looked at previously.
Correct. Yeah. So what we've taken the liberty of just diagrammatically showing what a marina, how it could be configured. We've had no marina design expertise in this. This is purely from our experience down in West Haven, to show what a marina could look like to maintain water access and manoeuvrability from the boat ramp, from the port area, still ensuring good sight lines other than Motu Beach area, but providing protected berthage area, particularly from those southerly and southeasterly winds, and then all the support activities that would hang off that marina business, whether it be the chandleries, the brokers, food and beverage. We talked about car parking. There's a significant revenue stream to be sought from a marina activity, and there are a number of ways of funding it, and we have experience in all of that regard. So anecdotally, in the conversations we've had, we see this as would be a transformational change for that eastern precinct. It would be a real opportunity to open up as a destination, access activities, linking it into the plans that Ngāti Te Whiti have on the marae, and then introduce maybe the saltwater pool, maybe the relocation of the yacht club to a more sheltered location where there is other facilities and amenities to improve that activity, but still keeping it on the beach. Slide, thank you. And then getting back into the site itself, where we talk about access and creating a flexible framework around the integration of building forms and acknowledging the historic context. Next slide. That rail, commuter rail station acting as a hub and activation, and really driving that connectivity both sides of Breakwater Road. Next slide talks about, and this hoop will talk a little bit further about the existing height guidelines and planning requirements through to a proposed, and so I'll get a little bit further on this next slide. You'll see how all this sort of is out. Comparing some of the grid sizes with acknowledged city grids around the world, what makes a really good sized grid to make it walkable, to make it interesting, to keep the edges activated, which is really important, so it becomes a great people place. And it's careful calibration of height, the footprint, with the public access, and really inviting the public into the space to really enjoy it. There was some previous work done by Blue Marble as part of the previous resource consent, which suggested a rolling 20-metre height plane. That's that diagram on the left, and how that might look on the right. Next slide. Sorry, next slide. Yeah. Again, talking about that access, circulation, creating a spine, and really trying to break down the quite significant wall effect of those large buildings on the Breakwater Street edge, so we can get some visibility through the site, visual connectivity through down to the beach, but also some tangential movement from east to west along the site to create almost like a street, pedestrian street, breaking down the scale of buildings and creating greater interest in terms of use and scale. And not talking architecture, we're just talking planning principles here. Next slide, please. A little bit of work around from a development perspective, because obviously the Seaport land directors are interested in the economics, so looking at how the super lots could be broken up. Next slide. And then leading through into a suggested block plan, land use plan, and this talks to those three sub-precincts that's been spoken about already, with the industrial commercial activities on the western end, adjacent to the port, with a transitionary precinct in the middle, which will transition between some of those commercial food and beverage activities, then into the sub-precinct C, which is utilising that existing Parsons building, which could potentially be repurposed into other uses, boutique hotel, convention centre, don't know, but something, a use which could take advantage of the building at that scale, and then really looking at intensification of residential use down that eastern end of the site, which enjoys better outlook, is closer to adjoining residential activities, and is further away from the port activity. Next slide, please. And then we, as I showed earlier with some of that public realm imagery, this is just images that we think are relevant, that are appropriate in this marine precinct, marine style buildings, gable roof buildings, industrial in nature, fairly large and nuggety and gritty. Some images there from Windy Quarter and other waterfront developments that we've been involved with. Next slide. And this is really just to evoke a sort of sense of scale, materiality, and what it might feel once it was developed, and the sort of the quality of development, and most importantly, the ability for the public to access the space and utilise the space in a number of different ways. So we've done a little bit of modelling. It's always easier when you're a seagull and you can kind of look down on this stuff and get an idea of just how it works spatially. And this, with the two arrows, shows the separation of the more industrial and commercial activities to the right, adjoining the port, that break where the engine room is, and the opportunity to then start transitioning into other uses. We've taken the liberty of, and we've talked to the adjoining landowners on the other side of Breakwater Road, and they're very interested in the possibilities of mixed use also, and further or greater intensification on their land holdings and integrating, and those sites across either side of the road talking to each other to create a great community precinct. Jay, you got a question?
Have a look at that report that's just come to us about where those opportunities are looking to be, and we can sort of talk about it tomorrow.
Yep.
I've just realised why I was asking for some more. Looks like my PA's photocopying finished at page 37, so I haven't.
Haven't got the full page.
That's why I was trying to find all these.
Yeah.
This. Well.
I do have a spare copy
Of the whole
appendix.
Oh, that'd be fantastic. So
Yeah, the end of
at
the day.
the end, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Christine, I think we could just flick through the last images reasonably quickly. It's just different views, showing the siting of the building. We're being very careful. This is not architecture. They're just blocks showing different types of use, land use, and the appropriate scale for the area. And again, trying to demonstrate how we would break those buildings apart to create better connectivity between the hinterland and the beach, and invite that exploration and exploration and use by the public, which we think is really important. So it's not privatized. This is a place that the public would want to come and explore and utilize. Just flicking through these. One of the interesting concepts we talked to Pity about is the daylighting of one or maybe two of the streams. That's going to be quite difficult to achieve, but we might be able to reference that in some symbolic way with water on the site. There's already a drainage pond on site, which could be utilized in a much more expressive way and interactive way. And I don't know whether you've seen the sculpture, the water sculpture that we've got down in Wynyard Quarter with the pond underneath it, and Derek and I talked about this. That's the way the artist intended it. It was never built like that in AOTS Square originally, where it was originally located. The vandals smashed it down. It was in storage for many years. Council brought it out. We put it back as a Japanese sculptor intended it, floating over a pond of water. The unintended consequence was that all of the locals brought their kids down. It's now become a kids paddling pool. Unfortunately, the ducks and seagulls and like it as well. So it has to now be treated and chlorinated like you would with a swimming pool. But it's just great to see it used and people really enjoying that water activity. And you'd only do that down on the waterfront. So it's just a great example. So just keep flicking through these, Christine, just the elevations, north, south, east, and west, keep going. And then our yield tables. I'll just pause here for a minute because there was a little bit of discussion around the centres and the centre strategy. And this is just a first cut on some of the numbers broken down into land use. And from our first cut, we've estimated that we could achieve about 5% of the 41,000, so 2,500 square metres of retail activity. And that just to give you context, that's about half the size of a supermarket. So it's not a lot of area. And we're suggesting that would be primarily marine focused, so the chandleries and the brokers, so people selling boats and so on, and all the supporting activities that go around it, the cafes to support the staff and workers in the precinct, but all marine related activities that would be additive to the city centre and activities that would never locate in the city centre. So
Quite how the rules are,
but that's just how market forces dictate that. And I know from experience, and you would know from Wellington and down in Napier, the sorts of businesses that occupy these places are quite different from what you see in the city centre. You're not going to see a department store or the fashion or the footwear or the quality of restaurants. And it's all very, very different. And what's quite interesting is that these areas attract the innovative, the artistic, because the rental structures are quite different from city centre rents. And so you might get the architects, the artists, the advertising company. So a much more eclectic group of people who relate to these sorts of precincts, and that is additive to the city centre. And I just would urge the council to look at this as a whole of New Plymouth. It's not the city centre versus Namotu. It's Taranaki versus New Plymouth, Tauranga or Hamilton. This is a battle for talent, and it's about creating a really exciting, vibrant place that has a point of difference and is relevant to the location. And it's happening already in Taranaki by natural forces. This would just reinforce that even further. Next slide, please.
Just on that, there's a fascinating anthropological term called the concept of limited good.
Yeah.
We come across that. It's held deeply by many cultures around the world. So it goes along the lines that if you're doing well, one part of the world, someone else is.
Yeah, there's only so much.
There's only so much to go around, and this, to me, is the all that vibrancy which you're talking about. I think that's from the evidence we've had through the hearing. That's really critical for the central city as well. So there's, in terms of that concept of limited good, we're not in a 2 million people city. We're in this is a different context. So whether what you would say to that you can have your cake and eat it too, you can have this vibrant waterfront location and a vibrant CBD, and they work together. Is that what you're saying to us?
What I'm saying is that this will attract businesses and people to come and live here that wouldn't live in the city centre. So it's in addition to the activities that are living in the city centre. So this is about creating a destination. New Plymouth is a destination. It's not, as I said, it's not the city centre competing with this precinct. It's New Plymouth as a city competing with Tauranga, other regional centres, because it's all about attraction of talent. And you're right, there is only so much to go around, but New Plymouth can take a bigger slice of that cake.
And in your mind, would you distinguish that from, I don't really know much about the Blue Haven side, but this is on the other side of town, a retail centric. One of these St. Luke's or whatever you used to.
I used to work for Westfield. I understand how those centres operate, and I would have thought that business would be a greater threat to the city centre than this, which is very much marine focused. You couldn't have marine businesses anywhere else. That's why I keep saying it's additive. Blue Haven is a very different kettle of fish. You will have the department stores, the fashion stores. So those are core tenants. The big supermarket. Those are city centre functions. So I would think the council would feel more greatly threatened by that as a possibility than this. Be my personal view.
Be sure.
Sorry, you're nearly finished, but I think it's an important point, and it's something that I want Mr. Wesney and Ms. Hooper and Ms. Carter to give some thought to. And I certainly understand what you're saying about the additive impact. But having sat through the commercial and town centre zone hearings and heard from Mr. Osborne and Mr. Heath, that they would have us believe, and that's not a slight on them, that it's the importance of the central city zone is in 3 sectors: business services, including offices, hospitality, and living. And their view is that those 3 are critical to the vibrancy and vitality of the central city zone, and that any leakage in those fields is potentially negative, notwithstanding what the market might say. And the words that I've highlighted on Mr. Nolan's point on this under 640 and 642, but it's likely that, or it's possible that, or the market will determine this. The question I've got for the planners is, how can we be assured of that? And it is a regulatory question, because I'm not saying you're wrong, it's possible that you're right, but how can we be assured, and have confidence that the sort of additive activities that you're talking about are the ones that will occur, and that they won't create leakage or vitality issues for this central city zone. So I haven't read Ms. Hooper's final planning and zoning, I guess, collaboration. So I'm not sure what the answer is, but all I'm suggesting is that it may not be as simple as letting the market sort it out.
I would suggest that there's another function that the city centre serves, and that's the civic function. And that's the seat of government. It's where the places, the great meeting places, the cultural places, and they then serve the needs of the people, governance, and around that, the retail predominantly, and business services, commercial office space to serve that need. And the residential really flows on the back of that. And that's in most of our cities, this is a re-emerging phenomenon. People used to live in the city centres. They then moved to the suburbs with the advent of the motor car. They're now rediscovering the city centres again. And post-COVID, that's one of our biggest challenges to really rediscover the city centre.
Yes.
However, my argument is that the businesses that would support this precinct wouldn't go to the city centre by choice, because this is where their business is.
And I understand what you're saying here. What I'm posing the question to the planners is, how can we be assured of that? If it's critical, and if 10 to 11% of the growth, future growth, in the next 30 years could potentially be allocated to this area, what does that mean for the vibrancy and vitality of the central city and the town centre, where there's already a large amount of investment?
Yeah.
So that's a planning question.
Yes.
But it's also goes
It's
to
also a bit of a crystal ball, but I think the greatest indicator is what happens elsewhere in these situations. Yeah, we're seeing exactly the same thing in Windy Quarter. Yep. I've got to admit there is, and it was an intentional strategy that Waterfront Auckland got the ASB Bank to set up their headquarters there. That was an aberration, but that was done as a strategy to catalyse development. The bank didn't really want to go there, but it was a deal that was struck to catalyse the hotel development, the high density residential development, to kickstart that development.
What a nice design too, with the Cuisinart rods on the side of the building. We'll remember from our school days.
Right, yeah. So sometimes there are other reasons that are non-planning reasons, that are non-market forces reasons for.
Well, all I'm saying is I understand what you're saying.
Yes.
We need some assurance from section 32 point of view, from an appropriateness and control of effects point of view that Mr. Nolan quite rightly referred to, that we can put some weight on that.
Yeah, I think the regulatory check, but the regulatory controls with no supermarkets in Windy Quarter. And there may have been one over no retail over a certain size. I can't remember now.
Size.
And because when you go there, they're all small. Retail in the sense of non-hospitality. Everything's small, pretty much. There's certainly there's no not a single clothes shop or fashion or anything.
Service retail, the dry cleaners, the key cutters, the real estate agents, cafes serving the local business community. Yeah.
Mr. Heath and Mr. Osborne. Mr. Heath and Mr. Osborne both said it's critical that the central city zone have a resident population, and by that they mean people that work there and live there.
It's all about 24/7, life 24/7, because that solves a lot of the security issues, the vandalism issues.
So look, I think certainly thanks for that, David, and the planners really need to be on notice that we're going to test you all about this effect in terms of vitality, vibrancy of the central city, which comes right down through the strategic objectives. And we seem pretty settled on those. We issue some minimum guidance on those, and there's another hearing that will finally test that. But and I don't think that's been dealt with personally adequately in the evidence I've read. And that's why I was having a bit of a wrestle with Mr. Nolan about evidence on that before. So just signaling for tomorrow, that's something we want to tease out a bit.
And sorry to keep jumping in here, but I'm trying to be helpful. Having finally read the addendum that Mr. Wesney's produced over the lunch break, his paragraph 68 on the zoning issue solely, and not dealing with the position of the outer inner noise boundary, seems to his recommendation for a non-zone change seems to be squarely along the reasons for not comprise, not I guess compromising the effects on the centre strategy within the city. So
Would Mr. Heath agree with it?
I don't, yes. But it's it's context for the planners, really.
He's relying on
Well, that's another issue.
on retail side.
So I've just, that concludes my evidence in diagrammatic form, but I would just like to read my statement of reply to the evidence that's been.
Can we just do this tomorrow morning? Look, it's been a long day.
Be a nice place to pause.
Thank you everyone for their perseverance. Down certainly this morning, it's pretty wearying, and as we get into these hearings, certainly I think it's great to have the dog around the room, and as I said before, we're just really interested in getting the very best feel for this issue and the evidence in front of us. So with that, I think we will pause. We'll start again at 8:30 in the morning with you again, Rob, and you can read that statement, and then we'll kick into the day and see where we get to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.